Well, tonight's program is calibrated for maximum offense. You have been warned. How do I start this off? All right, folks. Well, in case you hadn't heard of it, and if you hadn't, I'm not really sure exactly how you didn't hear exactly, but everyone's favorite overblown, overweight, overgrown degenerate, Lizzo, has found herself now being sued by not one, not two, but three former backup dancers. And all I'm going to say is this is comedy that kind of writes itself. I'm going to try my best to be as diplomatic about this as possible and objective. Needless to say here, I got to tell you, how else could it possibly have ended? How else could it possibly have gone when you've got four overweight chicks locked in a room together for months or years? It's bound to fall apart. Yes, I said it. That's the real reason. You leave them alone long enough, all there can be is conflict. They're bringing conflict to the table from the very beginning. They're bringing mental and emotional imbalance to the table from the very beginning. And I'm not kidding when I say the mental and emotional imbalance. I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. I could do a lot here tonight, but you all know that this is the definitive haven of power dynamics, the definitive school of power dynamics. And I don't just talk about things here. I don't just tell you what I think. No, I go and I get the paperwork. So I went and I looked up the paperwork, and boy, I'm telling you, this is a big old thing going on here. Lizzo is being sued in the Superior Court of the state of California. And away we go. All right, the plaintiffs are Crystal Williams, Ariana Davis, and Noel Rodriguez versus Big Girl, Big Touring, Big Meals, a Delaware corporation, Melissa Jefferson, which is the government name of Lizzo, as an individual, Shirlene Quigley, we'll get to her a little bit later, and does 1 through 10 inclusive. Those are the defendants. What are the complaints? FEHA, hostile work environment, sexual harassment, failure to prevent and or remedy hostile work environment, sexual harassment, religious harassment. We'll get to that one. All plaintiffs against defendants Shirley Quigley and Big Girl, Big Touring, Big Back Incorporated. Failure to prevent and or remedy religious harassment. Racial harassment. Plaintiffs Williams and Davis against defendant Big Girl, Big Touring, Big Time, Big Face Entertainment Incorporated. Disability discrimination. Plaintiffs Davis against defendants Big Girl, Big Touring, and Lizzo. Interference with prospective economic advantage. I'll get into the details of that one here. You will have the 720 degrees of analysis you'll receive nowhere else. We're not dealing with rumor, conjecture, or innuendo. We will be bringing you the facts of the case so that you understand exactly what's going on, and so you can decide for yourselves. Remember, we have walked through this several times now. Remember the case of Tiger Woods. We walked through that. I told you what would occur, not what might occur, and you saw it broke exactly the way that I told you it would be, that was a bellwether moment in law. No one else said that, not the lead attorney. No one else said that was going to occur. Kind of makes you think that I need to have the law license. So in any case here, what we're going to do is we're going to skip down through the introduction, through the parties. We're going to skip down through that. What we're going to start here is with the factual allegations. All right. Now, first and foremost, let me go ahead and make sure you have a little bit of a visual aid on your screen. These are the defendants. No, I did not choose the worst pictures I could. I just chose the first things I could find on Instagram. This case centers on three professional. This is I'm reading from the actual lawsuit here, but you can take a look on your screen and see who the plaintiffs are. These are the three plaintiffs on your screen. This case centers on three professional dancers' experience working for Big Girl, Big Touring Incorporated, hereinafter referred to as BGBT, and Melissa Vivian Jefferson, professionally known and hereinafter referred to as Lizzo. Throughout their employment, plaintiffs Ariana Davis, hereinafter referred to as Ms. Davis, Crystal Williams, hereinafter referred to as Ms. Williams, and Noel Rodriguez, hereinafter referred to as Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Davis, Ms. Williams, and Ms. Rodriguez, collectively referred to as plaintiffs, were subjected to a host of violations of California statutory and decisional law. In or about March of 2021, so this is after the pandemic had begun, Ms. Davis, I think it's Ms. Davis and Ms. Williams. Anyway, Ms. Davis, Ms. Williams, and were introduced to Lizzo when they were contestants on Lizzo's reality TV show, Watch Out for the Big Girls, WOFTBG, which was released on Amazon Prime Video. So y'all got to understand, these people put big money behind degenerates, because degenerates can't make money any other way. So in this sick, perverted world that they inhabit, y'all, they put big money behind this. They don't put little money behind it. To get something as degenerate and is absolutely ridiculous and ludicrous as Lizzo off the ground, pardon the expression, you got to put the biggest money in the world behind that. You can't put a little dollar behind that. You got to put big dollars behind something like that. So just understand, they went right to work right away. But when you get into the story, you're going to find out, oh, hell. You're going to find out real quickly there. Once you get into the nuts and bolts of it here, once you get into the details, you start to figure out that, oh, there's a reason why this is the typical Hollywood thing where you have to be an LGBT degenerate. You can't just be LGBT. You have to be an LGBT degenerate, and then you have to try to recruit everyone around you into degeneracy against their will, push it on them against their will. Jason, are you making this up? Oh, no. No, it's all in black and white there. All in black and white, and we will get to that. All right, in the lawsuit here, it goes on to say, during this show, contestants competed for the opportunity to join the Lizzo team as her big girl dancers, accompanying Lizzo in her live performance and tours. All right. Why so? In or about May 2021, Ms. Davis was required by Lizzo and BGBT to submit a psychological examination to ensure she was psychologically healthy enough to endure the strain of filming the television show. During this examination, Ms. Davis disclosed that she struggles with anxiety and depression, which occasionally results in binge eating. Okay, y'all, Ms. Davis says that she suffers from anxiety and depression, and this occasionally results in binge eating. Occasionally. Well, without me being too irreverent here, apparently the occasion is every morning, because I've been to Miss Davis's Instagram. Yeah. I think you can get a Baconator in that. Probably sideways. Like a Frisbee. All right, Jason, you're being mean. I thought I was being factual here. All right, well, she is talented, though. She does have a couple of talents.
All you want is a dancing monkey to keep around. All you want is a party favor.
You know, ma'am, if you was a size 8, you'd have a career of your own.
Chase your frown away. Hey, all you want is an entertainer.
Yes, ma'am, if you was a size 8, Lizzo would be a backup dancer or security for you.
dancing
Just saying.
It keeps out the weather, my darling Heather. Stay a while, stay a while, my love, my love, my love, my love.
She can actually play a real damn instrument. Forget singing. In the 21st century, she's a young female who can actually play a real damn instrument. She could blow past Beyonce and the rest of all these marginally talented. I'm going to say it. Because Prince said it, all Beyonce can do is sing. He said if she could ever play an instrument, she'd be a real musician. Like it or lump it, he's telling the damn truth about it. It ain't no lie for us to sit up here and say it.
Deal with it, nigga.
It's true.
Won't you stay a while?
You know, if she was on the treadmill as much as she's at the buffet at Golden Corral, she'd have a career of her own, do you think? Ladies, this is what happens when you give up on yourselves. Yeah, she can play more than one instrument. This is what happens when you give up on yourselves, ladies. Okay, I'm just saying, folks. Come on now.
Hey, darling, please remember me.
All right, well, you all get the idea here. So, yeah, like I say, okay. Whoa. Oh, I was scared there for a moment. Oh, did you see? When she did that, I was scared for months. Is she gonna tip over? Oh, I was worried for her. That is dexterity. Oh, what was that? Oh, did you see how she had to struggle to get up there for a moment? I ain't beating up on you. Oh, did you see that? She had to pivot on that leg. Yes, when she said, I'm done now. Oh, Lord, I'm glad that fella wasn't up under her. Oh, I'm so glad he wasn't up under her. Oh, man. Oh, wow. Midriff going. Oh, I hope she doesn't think she looks like dude there, because she don't. Fat people don't realize they're not really moving very well. They just think they're moving very well. No, you're not. Oh, she leaned again. Bam. Oh, that's it. It's over. Oh, call the damn tow truck. Watch this. Oh, she had to get up on the... almost made it. Oh, damn near didn't. That's it. Routine over. I'm through. I'm going to Five Guys. All right. I'm hungry now. I'm worked up an appetite. I'm on my way to cook out. Baby, you know, if you did this for an hour a day, you'd have a career of your own. If you did this for an hour a day with a plant-based diet and some water and some lean white meat, if you actually had a white meat diet, baby, you'd have a career of your own. Oh, can I get up? Left leg. Oh, don't fail me now. Oh, and look at those feet. Jason, is you going there? Yes, I'm going there, folks. This is a lesson to the world. Look at those feet. Oh, those ankles are holding up the world. I mean, never has so little been required to do so much. If you look at the size of her rear end versus her feet, I'm like, whoa. Y'all can see it look like baby shoes. Oh, and then I hope she didn't think she was doing a split. You could tell as soon as she got it, she's like, I'm done. All right. I'm about here. I do that. I can't do none of that. What are Lizzo's concerts like? They must be like 3 songs long. I can't see these chicks making it through 8-10 songs. I can't see that happening. They must switch out dancers every other song. Gotta be. I'm just saying. Oh Lord, here we go.
Is this the face that I get for putting you beats on? Is it my fault that all of you beats on? Should have sent a thank you note, you little getting back together like ever.
Okay, this is no kidding right now. All joking to the side, this is mental and emotional disorder. You see that midriff hanging out like the Death Star was wearing a dress? This is problematic, man. You don't look good. You look about 15 months pregnant. This is unhealthy. This is not healthy. This is not cool. This is not all right. This is hella unhealthy. This is hella unhealthy. This isn't cool. And then she want to keep dancing. Baby, you don't need to be dancing. You just need to be treadmilling and walking every damn day. I mean, the viscous fat is just, all right. All right. Jason, you wrong. You wrong. Okay. She said that she occasionally, it would cause her to occasionally binge eat. Occasionally. Occasionally, remember? Oh, well, I will occasionally binge eat. Okay, this is the occasion, all right. Every morning. This is the occasion. What'd she say, the last day of the Lizzo tour? Okay, let me turn this down. Okay, just in case that's copyrighted or something, let me not play that, baby. Okay. Man, don't move so slow. Don't move so fast. The cameraman trying to keep up. Whoa. Oh, this is going to go bad for someone in the first row. Oh, okay. Oh, boy. I hope she doesn't think she's agile. I hope she doesn't think she's graceful. Folks, she's about as graceful as a Mack truck on one wheel. I hope she doesn't think that she is light and graceful. This is not light and graceful. The heifer looked like Willie Roaf for the Saints. Y'all remember the linebacker for the Saints, Willie Roaf? Remember him? Okay. Who was the linebacker who had braids in his hair? Baby, stop it. Get up. All right, so I just wanted to show that to you here that, are they twins? Oh, are they twins? By the way, this is February 13th of 2023. February 13th of 2023. Keep this date in mind. February 13th, 2023. I'm bringing you the insight and analysis that you'll receive nowhere else. Just remember this one last one right here. Oh, here. This is Black History Month, so do our dance challenge. Ma'am, how about the fit? How about a fit challenge? Folks, stop making... Okay, which aisle of Lululemon do you get them tights on? That's what I want to know. Someone tell me which aisle at Lululemon or Fabletics do you get those tights on? Which aisle are they selling them at? Asking for a friend. Which aisle sells those tights and that top at Lululemon? Because I went looking. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I'm almost certain it don't get up that big. So, did those come from Alibaba or Temu? Alibaba or Temu? Was it one of those? All right. In any case here, boy, I'm telling you. I hope they don't think they're quick, because they're not. Baby, y'all are not quick. You really ain't. It is not. It is not. But just keep this in mind, February 13th, 2023. February is a good month for us to keep in mind here now. By the way, if you all agree with what I'm saying here tonight, give me the thumbs up emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. It's over 2,600 people here in just the first 20 minutes, but we only got 1,000 likes, so it seems like most of the people don't like the program. So if you don't like me giving the insight and analysis you'll receive nowhere else and all the background information, we'll just go ahead and shut it down and start the weekend early. You know me, I always got other things to do. But if you actually like what you're hearing on tonight's program and that you're getting details you didn't get elsewhere, this would be a good opportunity for you to go ahead and let us know that you like tonight's program. All right. We'll check back on that in a few minutes here and see if everyone likes it. If they don't, we'll just go ahead and shut it down for tonight. The lawsuit goes on to say here, during the examination, Ms. Davis disclosed that she struggles with anxiety and depression, which occasionally results in binge eating. The waiver of privilege of confidentiality and consent to evaluation form she signed prior to undergoing the examination states that the information disclosed during the evaluation, quote, may be provided to production, its representatives, and or any other individuals or entities involved in the show as deemed appropriate by the doctor performing the evaluation or by production. Ms. Davis is informed and believes that her disclosure of her struggles with anxiety, depression, and binge eating were relayed to Lizzo and BGBT. In or about May of 2021, Ms. Rodriguez was hired by Lizzo and BGBT. Initially, she was brought on to perform in Lizzo's Rumors music video, but she remained with Lizzo and BGBT as part of the performance group supporting Lizzo in her live concerts as well. Supporting Lizzo. Well, that's a big sentence right there. That's a big statement. While working on the Rumors music video, Ms. Rodriguez was approached with another job opportunity that would have run concurrently to rehearsals for Lizzo's live shows and tours. After rehearsals for Lizzo's live show were postponed, Ms. Rodriguez approached Lizzo's tour manager, Carlina Gugliotta, hereinafter referred to as Ms. Gugliotta, about possibly taking on this one-day job opportunity. Ms. Gugliotta responded, "Do you want the job or not?" implying that if Ms. Rodriguez wanted to keep her position as a tour dancer, she could not take any other positions. On or about July 28, 2021, Ms. Rodriguez was officially booked by Lizzo and BGBT to perform with Lizzo at several music festivals. In or about August 2021, filming for WOF-TBG, that's her reality show, During filming for the show, Ms. Davis and Ms. Williams were first introduced to defendant Shirlene Quigley, hereinafter Ms. Quigley, one of the judges and instructors on the show and captain of Lizzo's dance team. Let me introduce you all to Miss Shirlene Quigley. As you can see here, Shirlene Quigley, dancer, I love Jesus and dance a lot. So needless to say, this will be used against her in short order. Now, there's one thing you can notice about Miss Quigley very quickly here. Miss Quigley is not quite as rotund as, well, let me go ahead and get this thing off the screen. They can't see anything. All right, here's Miss Quigley on your screen. There's Miss Quigley. And you notice that Miss Quigley is not as rotund as the others are. You start to notice this quickly now, don't you? Miss Quigley is not as rotund as the others. Well, isn't that interesting? Now, she has no problem promoting the Big Girls Tour, or as I like to call it, When Worlds Collide. Oh, man. Oh, that's a big backdrop back there, isn't it? All right, just everything here is big, the big show. So, oh, you can't take pictures with everyone, Beyonce. You can't do it. You can't take pictures with everyone. One day they're co-star, the next day they're the defendant. Yeah, Lizzo's put on weight since then. Boy, I'm telling you. All right. But, yeah, Miss Quigley here, as you all notice, she's not as rotund as the other. Proverbs 31 baddie. So what does that tell you? She's one of these hypocritical Christian chicks. She's one of those. She's one of those hypocritical Christian chicks. So, yeah. I think that's her in the back here. But you notice everybody else is way bigger than her. Now, she's not the thinnest thing, but she's the thinnest of this. Oh, did you ever see a two-legged herd? Did you ever see a two-legged herd, y'all? Now, this is a good one.
Incredible word last night, and I just have to share. When I was sitting and soaked in his presence, I heard him say, those who are walking in full obedience will experience an acceleration of blessings, of outpours, of doors opening, of miraculous miracles taking place all around them. And when I say in full obedience, that's not obedience of the flesh, but obedience of the spirit, which is walking towards everything that God has told you to walk.
Okay, so this chick works for Lizzo. People, this chick works for Lizzo. Have you ever heard anybody's Lizzo's music? This chick works for Lizzo now. Now look at this. Let's lead people to Jesus and live in full conviction, not judge someone by their occupation. So she's saying she'll block people who call her out for her hypocrisy. Pharisees and anyone with a religious spirit. Well, she's the one talking about God told me. She was the one who said that. So, yeah, she's doing her thing out here. Now, there was another post that she had put up where she said that she's not, that she doesn't agree with the industry. Just because you may not work in the church doesn't mean you can't bring church to that environment. This is going to be used against her in this lawsuit. Shirlene Quigley is one of Lizzo's big girls. You take a look at her. She's the smallest of the big girls. She is the most fit of the big girls. Do you know I love to dance? All right. So it was one of the posts on here that was saying that she doesn't agree with the industry, that she doesn't agree with being part of the industry. So I found that to be interesting. I don't have the thing on here like I had there before, but yeah, that was what she said, was that she's not part of the industry. I don't agree with the industry. So it was one of the posts on her Instagram. You can go look it up if you want to. It's in there, although unless she starts kicking stuff out, in which case I actually recommend that she does that. As a matter of fact, she probably needs to do that. So, but she's got a post on there that I was reading there earlier that said that I don't agree with the industry. I'm not part of the industry. So that's in there too. So she's trying to ride both sides of the damn fence and, I'm not a part of the industry and I'm not, I don't agree with everything in the industry and I'm not with that and I'm my own person, all this old stuff right there. So that is Miss Quigley. So in case you're wondering who the lawsuit is referring to with Miss Quigley, now you know. She's one of the judges and instructors on the show and captain of Lizzo's dance team. Yeah, the smallest, speltest one, the one who can actually move against gravity the most, was the captain of the dance team. Miss Quigley was not only vocal in her religious beliefs, not only vocal in her religious beliefs. What? Oh boy. Remember I said this will be used against you. Miss Quigley was not only vocal about her religious belief, but took every opportunity to proselytize. Look it up. Took every opportunity to preach to any and all of her presence, regardless of protestations. Well, I wonder if there's anything on her Instagram that would imply that she doesn't care if she's at work. Well, as of July 8th, 2023, so less than a month ago, just because you may not work in a church doesn't mean you can't bring church to that environment. You are the church. You are the body of Christ. God can use you anywhere. Well, needless to say, yeah, that won't age very well at all. That won't age well at all. By the way, yeah, you can try to protect yourself as much as you want to, man, but it ain't gonna work. But yeah, that post isn't aging very well at all. During filming of WOF-TBG, Miss Quigley took particular interest in Miss Davis, according to their lawsuit. Miss Quigley took particular interest in Miss Davis and regularly preached at Miss Davis about what Miss Quigley believed to be a shared Christian identity. She works for Lizzo, y'all. She works for Lizzo talking about a Christian identity. Not making this up. Also during filming, Miss Quigley discovered that Miss Davis was a virgin. Really? I'm so surprised. Well, there's not a line of ex-convicts, reputable gentlemen, waiting to make your acquaintance, ma'am. I'm shocked. Truly I am. I figured all the eligible bachelors would have been trying to figure out how to get to your door or somewhere else for that matter. All right. Okay. Also during filming, Miss Quigley discovered that Miss Davis was a virgin, and Miss Davis's virginity became a topic of extreme importance to Miss Quigley. In the months to follow, Miss Quigley would routinely bring up Miss Davis's virginity in conversations with Miss Davis. Miss Quigley even mentioned Miss Davis's virginity in interviews she participated in and later posted to social media, broadcasting an intensely personal detail about Miss Davis to the world. Miss Davis never gave Miss Quigley permission to share this private detail about Miss Davis's life. As one of the competitions. Okay. Now this next part here is important, everyone. This next part of the lawsuit is important. So I want you to see exactly what the lawsuit says, because this next part is actually important. When you talk about the sexual harassment, as one of the competitions in WOF-TBG, that's their reality show, contestants were told they would be required to participate in a nude photo shoot. While some of the contestants were not bothered by this, the prospect of a nude photo shoot made other contestants severely uncomfortable. Miss Davis was particularly distressed by this challenge. She was entirely uncomfortable being photographed nude for anyone with access to Amazon Prime Video to see. I concur. Her being nude should be a crime. As this challenge was part of the competition, Miss Davis believed poor performance or outright refusal would have resulted in Miss Davis being sent home from the show and no longer being considered for a spot on the dance team. While Miss Davis did not want to be photographed nude, she also dreaded the thought of not earning a spot performing on tour with Lizzo. Well, if Lizzo wasn't supposed to perform naked, that's what you're signing up for. This dilemma caused Miss Davis's anxiety to flare, resulting in extreme distress. And all I got to say to all the ladies right now is y'all been using that against me and oh, my emotions, I feel some kind of way. Now the chickens are coming home to roost. All I got to say is,
deal with it, nigga.
That's all I got to say, ladies. This has been used against men like a bludgeon and a blackjack now. For a century. I'm emotional. Now some chicks got some paper. Some of y'all females got some paper now. And other females are like, well, look here. If I can't find a dude to pay my bills, if I can't find a dude who's gonna patch me up, if I can't find a man to sue for sexual harassment, then I'll find a chick to sue for sexual harassment. Oh, that's exactly what it's going to be from here on in. I can hear y'all now, ladies. Damn. I know it, but I'm just letting you know that, by the way, this is the way going forward. This is why big women always have a falling out. If they can't get a man to take care of them, they're going to see if they can shake down another broad. You a female, you got two little old pennies to shake together. She like, hey, give me one of them damn things. Give me one. You going to drop it off. You going to drop it off. Today. Oh yeah, you caused me anxiety and sexual distress. You sure did. So much for the sisterhood. We just found out where the sisterhood stops. The sisterhood breaks at the bank. The sisterhood breaks at the bank. Now, it goes on to say here that the dilemma caused Miss Davis's anxiety to flare, resulting in extreme distress. Miss Davis broke down in tears on set while struggling to choose between a once-in-a-lifetime career opportunity and putting her body on display against her will. Ultimately, Miss Davis was allowed to participate in the photo shoot partially clothed in a nude bra and underwear. However, this experience foreshadowed the sexually charged and uncomfortable environment that Lizzo's employees were forced to endure. All right, it says here, watch out for the big girls wrapped filming in or about late September 2021. Miss Davis and Miss Williams were both selected to be part of the dance cast accompanying Lizzo on tour. Miss Williams, Miss Davis, and Miss Rodriguez all performed with Lizzo at her festival appearances from September 2021 through April 2022. So they're out there for a good little stretch. Almost 6 months. I'm sorry, over 6 months. I'm saying 7 months. All right. In or about April 2022, plaintiffs began rehearsing in preparation for Lizzo's The Special Tour. During this time, plaintiffs worked closely with Miss Quigley as she was captain of the dance cast. Just want to make sure I go forward here and see if I got the thing for that, because I wanted to make sure I was clear on that here before. Miss Ariana Davis, Brit Big Girls Award. So they're out there doing their thing. She was certainly proud to be there. So the last day of the Lizzo Special Tour, March 22nd, 2023. So at least up until this year, there was a special tour. Not saying it was the same one. I'm just bringing it back to you all's attention. So you can see that Jason is connecting the dots. In or about April 2022, plaintiffs began rehearsing in preparation for Lizzo's The Special Tour. During this time, plaintiffs worked closely with Miss Quigley. We all remember little Miss Quigley here now, don't we? Okay. As she was captain of the dance cast, Miss Quigley continued to preach at everyone in her surroundings, especially about her beliefs regarding Christianity and sexuality. Here comes the religious discrimination that they referred to before. Miss Quigley often made comments deriding people who engaged in premarital sex, knowing that some members of the dance cast did not share her views. Miss Quigley also had a party trick. So this Miss Quigley here, this Miss Quigley, yeah, this one, Miss Proverbs 31 baddie, allegedly here. Yeah, taking a look at herself through her hoe days. So in other words, when you see a female acting like this, what she's saying is she hasn't reconciled her hoe days. She hadn't reconciled her hoe days. She got a hoe spirit. She got hoe tendencies. She has done so much stuff. Okay, I got to remember to take this thing down. All right, everybody. Don't worry, it's getting fixed. All right. What we're seeing here is that she has done so much stuff. She has done so much stuff through so many years. That's what she's showing you on here. She's done so many things. This is her Instagram. The enemy thought he had me. Okay, what am I doing? The enemy thought that he had me. Apparently the enemy did have you. The enemy, a bunch of enemies had you. So she's done so much stuff with so many people. She done been out there in them streets, not streets, streets. So wild, so dirty that it's basically she's trying to cleanse her spirit and cleanse her soul. So she's doing what a lot of women do when they age out. She's now leaping for spirituality. She's now trying to leap for spirituality now. She's taking a desperate leap into spirituality because she's like, man, she's being haunted by the ghosts of thoughts past. So you all know how this goes. She been living that life and the enemy thought he had me. I look at these pics before 2009 and I can't even recognize that girl. She was lost, hurting. Is she a single mom? All right. Trying to fit in, wanted to be expected by others. I think she meant accepted. Was trying to be sexy to feel validated and relied on her own strength. These pics don't even look like me anymore. Yeah, you kind of look cuter back then. But anyway, once I gave it, boy, she is trying to bare her soul, ain't she? Okay, you know, niggas all over LA was slam dunking her. Once I gave my life to the Lord, my childlike glow came back, my genuine smile, so she wanted to be redeemed. All right. So yeah, she is struggling with what she done did out here in these streets. She's struggling with that. She's got issues with that. So yeah, that's what's going on with her. She got issues with that. Licking at other women? All right, we'll come back. Don't worry. Licking at other women. Just thought I'd go ahead and remind you all. Miss Quigley also had a party trick. Miss Quigley had a party trick? Yeah, she did. Where in the world I put that? Yeah, this Miss Quigley. Miss Quigley had a party trick in which she would simulate oral on a banana in front of the rest of the dance cast. These instances were always unprompted and made plaintiffs uncomfortable. Well, looks like the enemy still got a little bit of a hold on you. Eh, Miss Quigley? Miss Quigley's sexually inappropriate behavior did not stop at faux tricks. Despite her staunch beliefs in opposition to premarital sex, she had no problem sharing her masturbatory habits with the dance cast, often stating things to the effect, "Masturbating is against my religion, but I had an oopsie." Okay, somebody should have proofread this better. Whoever their paralegal is needs to be flogged. Miss Quigley's sexually explicit comments were so pervasive the entire dance team knew about her sexual fantasy of having 10 shucky ducky. Y'all, they're going for the jugular in this lawsuit. They're making a specific claim here. For anybody who's ever filed a lawsuit or have lawsuits filed against you, you recognize that they're making a specific claim. They're quoting her here, "Masturbating is against my religion," but now they're coming up with a specific claim that this woman has a specific sexual fantasy. In other words, if they're saying this, then that means that they have either some type of hard evidence that she has admitted this, or that they've got corroboration, which means witnesses. There are witnesses who will go into court and are willing to testify that Miss Quigley has said this to them. I'm letting y'all know right now, this is when attorneys do this kind of thing, that when they put that in the lawsuit, they're letting the other counsel and the court know we've got either specific evidence or we've got witnesses beyond our plaintiffs. There are witnesses who will corroborate this. We have witnesses who will do this, so you better think twice before you sit up here and try to dispute us. We got folks who'll say something. Similar to Miss Quigley's constant sexually inappropriate comments, Miss Quigley's ministering to plaintiffs was unceasing. So on the one side of the ledger, she's talking about religion, and on the other side of the ledger, she's talking about, well, you know. Miss Quigley continued to keep, by the way, I guess you have to be an emotional and mental case to work for Lizzo. I guess you have to be some brain screwed, whacked out mental case if you gonna work for Lizzo. Apparently that's a requisite. You locked all of these mental cases in a room together, all these overweight mental cases in a room together. What did you think was gonna happen? In my opinion, but then again, when they start saying stuff like this, It's not really an opinion anymore. What did you think was going to happen? Folks, when I say big girls always falling out and can't get along, what the hell did you think was going to occur when you put them all together? What did you think was going to happen? That's my point. What did you think was going to occur? Ms. Quigley continued to keep tabs on Miss Davis's virginity. What? How the hell does that work? Ms. Quigley continued to keep tabs on Miss Davis's virginity and made it clear Ms. Quigley thought the only way one could be a proper Christian was through similar abstinence. If y'all think this chick right here practices abstinence, if you think that at all, she's got a dude that she's been sleeping with or a baby daddy that she's still laying up under, because that's what single moms do. Whoever these kids belong to, I need to find out. She said they're hers. All right. There's a dude out there that she just lay up with. Oh, he's just a friend. He's just a friend. If you all think that this woman right here ain't for this, that this woman right here is celibate, if you think that this chick right here is practicing celibacy, if you think that she's practicing abstinence, you think this broad is practicing abstinence. This chick here practices abstinence. Really? Really? Someone show me some evidence here that she practices abstinence. Come on now. This chick practices abstinence? This one? This one. Okay. All right. Miss Quigley also singled out Miss Rodriguez as a non-believer. Well, she singled out Miss Rodriguez as a non-believer and made it her mission to preach at Miss Rodriguez. Miss Quigley even told other dance cast members it was her mission to minister to Miss Rodriguez during the tour. When cast members told Miss Rodriguez of Miss Quigley's intent, Miss Rodriguez specifically requested that Miss Quigley refrain from impressing her religious beliefs upon Miss Rodriguez. Miss Quigley became irate and yelled at Miss Rodriguez at one point while on tour. Miss Quigley stated, quote, "No job and no one will stop me from talking about the Lord." And I'm just wondering if her lawyers have already seen her Instagram. Because if Jason Black could find this literally within 2 minutes, then I wonder what her attorneys have done. Because they chasing $1 million bags. I wonder what the attorneys found. Because they got access to text messages, emails. Remember, they got access to stuff that we don't even have on Instagram. This is what is blatantly sitting on her Instagram. This is sitting right there on her Instagram right now, today. This is what's on her Instagram right now. Right now. So if we were able to find this within minutes, what in the world do these other folks find? By the way, me telling everyone at work Jesus loves them. This is July 12th. So in other words, she knew it was coming. This was July 12th. Folks, she knew. She knew. She knew it was coming and she didn't care. That is a zealot. That's a zealot. Well, now she's got all of y'all getting sued. On one occasion while on tour, Miss Quigley interrogated Miss Davis about her religious beliefs. While in the dressing room doing their makeup in advance for a show, Miss Quigley began stating her own religious beliefs and asking Miss Davis if she held the same beliefs. When Miss Davis expressed a different belief than Miss Quigley's, Miss Quigley became visibly upset, making it abundantly clear she expected Miss Davis's total conformity to Miss Quigley's dogma. If you don't know what dogma is, look it up. While Miss Quigley was for sure the most extreme in her religious convictions, her sentiments were softly echoed by others in supervisory roles. Now, here's where the lawsuit gets thicker, y'all, for the religious part of it. Here's where the lawsuit gets thicker. Pay attention, because this kind of tells you that this was part of some really weird cult-like initiation. You're going to start seeing cult-like initiation behavior here. Before rehearsals and performances, the team would pray together. While it was not an official requirement for team members to participate in those prayers, it became clear that engagement was compulsory. The responsibility to lead the group in prayer rotated across the dancers. And when it was Miss Rodriguez's turn, she politely but clearly made it known she did not want to lead the prayer. Despite Miss Rodriguez declining every time she was asked, Miss Quigley continued to pressure Miss Rodriguez to participate and made Miss Rodriguez feel judged for declining to lead the dance class in prayer. Miss Rodriguez was struck by Miss Quigley's insistence on overstepping. Accordingly, Miss Rodriguez took her concerns to the assistant choreographer Melissa Charlot, hereinafter referred to as Miss Charlot. Miss Charlot showed some empathy for Miss Rodriguez's concerns, but merely suggested Miss Rodriguez take her complaints to Miss Quigley herself. A wholly useless tactic, as raising concerns with Miss Quigley had never proven productive. On another occasion, while on tour with Lizzo, Miss Williams accidentally brushed up against one of the tour bus drivers. The driver responded by saying, "You can back up on me again," implying Miss Williams' accidental touch gave him sexual gratification. Well, I don't know if that was the case or not, but what I'm just saying is, if she's trying to make a tight turn around the corner, I ain't beating up on nobody. I'm just saying maybe she was trying to make a tight turn around the corner. She didn't mean nothing. She really didn't. She didn't know that was going to happen. But brother, if anybody nearby is, you going to catch contact. Anybody nearby is going to catch contact. She ain't trying to flirt with your brother. It's hard to squeeze through that little old, when you're coming up the stairwell and you got to make that left turn. It's hard to get through there. It's hard. I ain't wrong. The brother thought she was trying to make a move. I'm like, no, dude, she trying to get by. For real. She is really trying to get by. Sometimes they go left, right, back, forth. She don't know. Brother, she's moving in two directions at once. Her front is moving forward, but her back is moving the opposite direction. Please don't take this as flirting. That I assure you, that is not the intent. Please don't take that as flirting. All right, here. On another occasion, you can back up on me again, implying Miss Williams' accidental touch gave him gratification. A different driver was known for playing sexually explicit songs on the tour bus. Lizzo plays sexually... All right. What kind of music does Lizzo sing? All right, here. Now, here's where they talk about the domestic tour of this thing. Here's why women in general, but big women in specific, are always going to fall out. If you all want to know what this lawsuit is really about, this is what it's really about. As the domestic leg of the special tour came to a close, problems became more abundant. So in other words, the tour was getting ready to end this year. I'm sorry, the tour is getting ready to end. Not this year, but the tour is getting ready to end. With the last domestic show being played on or about November 2022, and the European leg not scheduled to start until February 2023, plaintiffs began looking for other work as they were only paid for the time they spent on tour. BGBT preferred plaintiffs did not take on additional gigs and even instructed plaintiffs' agents to place plaintiffs on a soft hold, meaning plaintiffs would not be paid during the break, but should not be taking on other jobs either. Due to BGBT's soft prohibition on plaintiffs and their team members taking on other jobs, they became wholly financially dependent on the income they received for their performances on the special tour. The dancers then learned that the musicians, now here's the part, y'all. The dancers then learned that the musicians and other members of the tour were on a retainer, in which they were paid a portion of their tour rate while on break from tour in exchange for not taking on other jobs. So in other words, Lizzo's dancers got upset because the musicians negotiated a better deal than they did. The musicians, because most musicians were professionals and we know the rules and we ain't gonna let folks screw us over. So if you ain't gonna book us, we're gonna find a place to get booked because we know that it's hard to find competent musicians. So the musicians were like, yeah, you ain't gonna pull that thing on us. The dancers didn't know this. So the musicians were like, yeah, if you want us to just stay on call, you got to pay us. If you want us to stay on call. They're in California, so they might be union, they might be. But the bottom line is they say, hey, if you want us to stay on call, you gonna have to pay us. Otherwise, we gonna go get the bag somewhere else. So that was what the real problem is. They're like, well, we'll be damned. We left money on the table. Now the big girl's about to break down into a big brawl. That's what's about to happen next. So it says that the dancers then learned that the musicians and other members of the tour were on a retainer in which they were paid a portion of their tour rate while on break from tour in exchange for not taking other jobs. Plaintiffs and their team members started discussing among themselves how they would negotiate for a retainer of their own. These discussions continued through the start of the European leg of the tour. So the European leg was not scheduled to start until February 2023. Last day of the Lizzo tour, March 2023. Remember, that's how I was showing you all this before. The 720 degrees of analysis you'll receive nowhere else, showing you what the lawyers are going to be saying. This chick was taking documentation, so we have a kind of good idea of what was happening and when it was occurring. But we'll see. Due to BGBT's soft prohibition on plaintiffs and their team members taking on jobs, let me make sure. Okay, I'll reread that. So the plaintiffs and their team members now they want to discuss, well, can we get a retainer too? Making matters more stressful, plaintiffs and the dance cast were only ever given 2 weeks advance notice that they were booked for tour performances. This lack of notice placed plaintiffs in a sort of purgatory, not knowing whether they should start looking for other jobs or to wait for Lizzo's performances to resume. This insecurity made obtaining a retainer of utmost importance to plaintiffs and the dance cast. On or about February 7th, 2023, plaintiffs arrived in London, England to start rehearsals and perform with Lizzo at the Brit Awards show. So you remember that we had seen this earlier. There's Miss Quigley at the Brit Awards. So just letting you all know, these folks were documenting what was happening to them while they were there. They were documenting it. Been a blast being on the European tour March 9th. Miss Quigley is dated March 9th. Miss Davis is dated March 22nd. So now you all have some idea. There was the Brit Awards and the European tour. On or about February 23rd, 2023, plaintiffs performed with Lizzo at a show in Amsterdam. Now, here's where the sexual harassment kicks into overdrive. On or about February 23rd, 2023, plaintiffs performed with Lizzo at a show in Amsterdam, Netherlands. After the show, Lizzo invited the dancers out with her on the town. These invitations were not unusual, and attendance was not mandatory, but it was well known that dance cast members were expected to endear themselves to Lizzo. Lizzo often mentioned that she had, quote, eyes and ears everywhere, and only wanted, quote, good people with good energy around her. I guess we'll find out specifically what species of energy she's referring to here. Those who attend, and by the way, once again, do you see these quotations? These quotations are saying that specifically these are things that she said specifically. These are specific statements, not generalities. That she specifically told us, I got eyes and ears everywhere, and I only want good people with good energy around me. Those who attended after-party events Lizzo planned were often favored, selected to perform with Lizzo at shows outside of regularly scheduled tour dates, and were widely considered to enjoy greater job security. Now, here's the thing, it said widely considered. Folks, is it possible that the three big back broads were sitting up here just saying, well, she gives preferential treatment to some of these other women, and we're trying to explain why she's giving preferential treatment to these other women. But notice what they're saying here, that if Lizzo was happy with you, you'd be selected to perform at shows outside the regularly scheduled tour dates. In other words, more money. So they were complaining that there were other people, musicians, staff, and now they're saying other dancers who are getting more money. Hey, they were getting preferential treatment. What did the preferential treatment involve? Well, if you show up for more dates, that means you get more money. So we weren't getting the same amount of money as everybody else. Y'all need to come pass the bag. By not attending, dancers not only risk losing out on being selected for these additional shows and therefore additional income, did I just call it or did I just call it? But also risk being ostracized from the group, putting their continued employment on tour in jeopardy. Well, isn't that interesting? Y'all been sitting up here stiff-arming Miss Quigley. Miss Quigley, the devout hoe, suspected devout hoe, is it even suspected? So they've been stiff-arming her, but they're afraid of these other things. No, they wanted more money. They wanted more money. This particular evening, Lizzo sent out the invite through her close friend and member of the cast, Shanta, last name unknown. Miss Davis and Miss Rodriguez were out at dinner celebrating the birthday of one of the supporting vocal members on tour when they received the invitation. Shanta hurried the dancers, including plaintiffs, to accept or decline. Feeling their absences would be noticed and or taken personally by their employer, plaintiffs accepted the invitation before learning what Lizzo had in store for them. As it turns out, Lizzo had planned a night out in Amsterdam's notorious red light district. Known for its abundance of sex theaters, sex shops, and clubs and bars where nudity is on full display. The main event of the night was a club called Banana Bar. Yes, a club called Bananan Bar, where patrons were allowed to interact with completely nude performers. When plaintiffs expressed misgivings about the plans for the night, Shanta stated that it was too late to back out because she had already sent Lizzo the head count for the evening. Again, feeling the looming pressure of jobs insecurity, should plaintiffs abstain from attending, plaintiffs reluctantly went along for the evening. While at Bananan Bar, things quickly got out of hand. Lizzo began inviting cast members to take turns touching the nude performers, catching female sex toys launched from the performers' female organs. I'm just going to leave it at that. And eating bananas protruding from the performer's orifice. Lizzo then turned her attention to Miss Davis and began pressuring Miss Davis to touch the breasts of the nude women performing at the club. Lizzo began leading a chant, goading Miss Davis. Miss Davis said 3 times, loud enough for all to hear, "I'm good," expressing her desire not to touch the performer. The chant grew louder and louder and more strident, demanding a visibly uncomfortable Miss Davis to engage with the performer. Miss Davis reiterated her discomfort, saying, "I'd rather not because I'm cool here in the corner." Finally, the chorus became overwhelming and a mortified Miss Davis acquiesced in an attempt to bring an end to the chants. After Miss Davis briefly touched the performer's breasts, the group burst into laughter. If this is accurate, this is female butt breaking. Now we all know how Lizzo got her contract. Now we all know why Lizzo, ostensibly we suspect we know now why Lizzo is morbidly obese. How many things like this has she done in her life? And just like Miss Quigley, she can't shake it. Just like Miss Quigley, she's still haunted by it. She can't shake it. So remember, abused people abuse others, particularly sexually abused people go around sexually abusing other people. They're like vampires. So I suspect that this is in Lizzo's history. So now Lizzo sold her soul to the devils. Now they gave her a record contract and now she is under their watchful eye. And I guarantee it was some of her white managers and handlers using her as cover, because you notice who ain't getting mentioned in the lawsuit. They use her as cover to sit up here and go butt break other females. They go use someone like Lizzo to go buck break other females. And let me tell you, if Lizzo's on your back, you guaranteed to break. After Miss Davis briefly touched the performer's breast, the group broke into laughter. Miss Davis abashedly laughed along, trying to hide how uncomfortable this interaction made her. Her efforts to conceal her discomfort were apparently unsuccessful, as on separate occasions, BGBT management in attendance as well as Lizzo's security team asked Miss Davis if she was okay. Miss Davis replied kind of to one request and no to the other. In addition to pressuring an unwilling Miss Davis into interacting with a lewd performer, plaintiffs and all in attendance were unable to avoid witnessing Lizzo's incredibly public displays of affection with her boyfriend. At one point, the couple exuberantly took Shanta and 2 members of the band, which performed with Lizzo on tour, to a back room before returning sometime later. Man, you saying what I think you saying?
Auntie, chill.
Oh, are they saying what I think they saying? Oh, I mean, if folks, look, if you gonna tag team, you gotta tag team. I understand it's the Royal Rumble. Sometimes Royal Rumble things happen. I get it. Lizzo got invited to the handicap match? Dude, all these other females on tour. This is what happens when you have a tour that caters to a certain calorically challenged group. This was it? And some folks are suggesting that Lizzo and her boyfriend have broken up now. I think they're not following each other on Instagram anymore. We'll see. I'm just saying, y'all. Lizzo got invited to the Royal Rumble. I'll be damned. Somebody said, Hell in the Cell. Boy, I'm telling you. I mean, but here's the other part I got a problem with. She grabbed her boyfriend, took Shanta and 2 members of the band. So she grabbed her boyfriend, another chick, and 2 other people. Oh, I'm damaging my fragile little mind trying to envision this. What is going on? What is going? And then I wonder, were the 2 other members of the band male or female? Because I'm like, hey, brother, her boyfriend, so far I only count 2 women. Lizzo and Shanta, we'll assume they're biological women. If they brought her boyfriend, if 2 other members of the band were male, what? I ain't judging nobody. I'm just saying, by the way, if Lizzo took her boyfriend, she grabbed another chick, but then they grabbed 2 members of the band. I hope they were 2 female members of the band, because if they were male members of the band, I'm like, hey, brother, you do realize that there's a mismatch going on. There's an imbalance in the force going on out here. All right. They all went to the back before returning sometime later. Upon her return to the main club, Lizzo began to pressure a member of her security team to participate in the night's debauchery. Now that should tell you something. Because for those of you, if you've ever had to file a lawsuit or whatever, how do they know that she did this? I wonder if they've gotten his information to corroborate it. I wonder if they did. They're not naming him, but I wonder if they did. Lizzo badgered the security guard to get on the club stage until he submitted to her demands. When he got on the stage, his pants were pulled down, exposing his buttocks. Lizzo then began yelling, "Take it off," while a club performer hit the security guard with whips. Brother, do you need a job this damn bad? Folks, I don't give a damn if we are in Amsterdam or Amway Theater. Brother, you need a job this bad? Folks, come on now. You need a job this bad? Is there anybody in this chat room who needs, any man in this chat room who needs a job this bad? Y'all thought the mess that Suge Knight was doing at Death Row was rough. Remember that? Remember the stories of the Death Row? Y'all thought it's like Suge Lizzo. It's like Suge Lizzo. Come on, y'all. Y'all thought Suge Knight was bad. Here come Lizzo. Hold my beer. Hold my beer. And the brother just sitting there. I mean, he getting whipped. I hope this fella was like 5'1" and 88 pounds. I hope he was. Because I'm like, brother, if you was any bigger than that, brother, you need a job that bad. Do you really need the job this bad, man? In this economy, they got jobs everywhere. You really need it this bad, brother. They are smacking you on the ass on the stage. You have your pants around your ankles and somebody has pulled your drawers down and is smacking you on the ass with a whip like an episode of Roots. What? Brother, come on now. Go to Manpower. Go to a temp agency. Anything's better than this unless this is your thing, in which case, all right, do what you do, but at least stop acting like you don't like it. Plaintiffs were aghast with how little regard Lizzo showed for the bodily autonomy of her employees and those around her, especially in the presence of many people whom she employed. On or about March 5th, 2023, after performing in Paris, France, Lizzo again invited the dancers out. She told them they were going to go to Crazy Horse, a place where there would live dancers, a place where live dancers would be performing and that they would be able to learn something or be inspired by the performance. Once again, on or about March 5th. February 19th, March 9th. March 22nd. Just making sure we have this together. And by the way, I got the other ones here too as well. This is Miss Williams. This is Miss Williams who posted 4 days ago here. So that was her. July 5th. So she's been kind of steady posting here. She looks real sad and depressed. June 12th. Like, all right, baby, I understand it's rough on you. March 27th. Self-care is sexy. Baby, have you looked in the mirror? Self-care? Self-care? Which part of this is the... Where's the damn care? Y'all, what is she talking about?
What?
Self-care? Where's the care? March 7th. All right, you get the idea. And here's Miss Rodriguez. We won't belabor the point. On or about March 5th, after performing in Paris, France, Lizzo again invited the dancers out. She told them they were going to Crazy Horse, a place where there are live dancers performing, and that they would be able to learn something and be inspired by the performance. What Lizzo failed to mention when inviting the dancers to this performance was that it was a nude cabaret bar. Not until the curtain opened and nude women began to dance on the stage did plaintiffs know what they were in store for. Not only were plaintiffs under the same pressure as before to go out with Lizzo after the performance, but this time, the fact that they would be attending a show where nudity was prominently featured was hidden from them, making them completely surprised when the curtain was drawn and nudity was yet again on display. While the show at Crazy Horse was artful and nowhere near as uncomfortable as their outing at Banana Bar, plaintiffs were shocked that Lizzo would conceal the nature of the event from them, robbing them of their choice not to participate. On or about March 9th, 2023, the dance team submitted their request to BGBT and Lizzo for a retainer, or 50% of their weekly tour rate. So what they're saying is that they remember going to these places with her where there was naked folk dancing around. And then right after that, they decided, well, the tour is over. Let's go ahead and hit her up for more cash. The money about to run low. Everybody else getting bagged up. Let's go hit her for some more cash right quick. So they want a retainer of 50% of their weekly tour rate to ensure they would be paid for their time while on a break from touring, since BGBT and Lizzo strongly preferred the dance cast not take on other jobs during these breaks. On or about March 16th, 2023, the last show of the European leg, the special tour, was played. Before the show, BGBT accountant Ashley Joshi, hereinafter referred to as Miss Joshi, sent an email responding to the dancer's retainer request. In the email, Ms. Joshi offered a retainer of 25% of the dancer's weekly tour rate, exactly half of what the dancers requested. Well, folks, is that not common in negotiations? Now, first of all, that was bad negotiation. Everybody in here knows that's actually bad negotiation. Why? Well, have I taught you all? You never hit somebody with your floor. You always hit them with the ceiling in a negotiation. You don't ever hit them with your bare minimum, because what they're going to try to do, whatever number you throw at them first, that's the number they're going to undercut. They're going to go, oh, can we get a discount? That's the way that works. That's the way that works. So no. So first of all, they're bad negotiators. They're bad dancers. They're bad built. They're bad negotiators. They're bad judges of character. So they messed up from the beginning. They hit Lizzo with their floor, not their ceiling. And the accountant comes back with exactly what you're supposed to do. Yeah, can we get a discount on that? We'll give you 50%. We'll give you 50%. Well, no, what they should have started with was their entire pay. We want to get paid continuing what we're doing right now. Then the accountant's got to be like, okay, we'll hit you with 50%. Instead, they went with the floor. What I'm saying is these girls are amateurs. They don't understand how it's done. These girls are amateurs. These are rookie mistakes. Rookie mistakes. What it also shows you is that most likely they didn't even talk to the musicians about how to negotiate this. They probably didn't even speak to them. They just went in there, we strong and independent. Don't worry, we're going to figure it out on our own, and got their butts quickly handed to them. So in all actuality, they most likely just went in there and said, well, don't worry, we'll handle this on our own. How hard could it be? And they found out how hard it can be. Ms. Joshi offered a retainer of 25% of the dancer's weekly tour rate, exactly half what the dancers requested. Additionally, Ms. Joshi took the opportunity to scold the dancers for, quote, unacceptable and disrespectful behavior while on tour, stating that it was cause for termination. Nowhere in the email did Ms. Joshi explain what she or BGBT deemed unacceptable or disrespectful. Only the dance cast, comprised of full-figured women of color. Oh, hell, y'all. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Only the dance cast, comprised of full-figured women of color, were ever spoken to in this manner. Damn! So in other words, yeah, they are hitting Lizzo up for racial discrimination. Y'all get that? They're hitting Lizzo up for racial discrimination. Think about that for a moment. You want to know where the racial discrimination came from? This is what they're saying. That's what they're saying now, is that, yeah, Lizzo, you singled out the women of color. So much for the sisterhood, y'all. So much for the sisterhood. Only the full-figured women of color were ever spoken to in this manner, giving plaintiffs the impression that these comments were charged with racial and fat-phobic animus. Man, are you kidding me? What? You all are reading this directly from the lawsuit. If nobody else has ever covered this, don't worry, the lead attorney can't figure this out. If nobody's covered this for you, I'm taking it through you step by step so you can read exactly what they said. Only the dance cast, comprised of full-figured women of color. Now they want to be women of color. Okay. Were spoken to in this manner, giving plaintiffs the impression that these comments were charged with racial and fat-phobic animus. Have you all seen your employer? Have you seen your employer? Nobody who can't pass the hot dog challenge can come to work for this woman. Most of us would get heartburn and stomach ache if we had to do their audition. What the hell? Fat phobic. This is in a lawsuit, y'all. Racial and fat phobic. This is literally in a lawsuit currently sitting in front of the California Supreme Court. Or Superior Court. Make sure I got that straight. Superior Court of California. This is literally sitting there in front of them. I kid you not. Literally sitting there. Because this is what the world needs. Plaintiffs and their fellow dancers were blindsided by the allegations of the email and requested a meeting with Kevin Beisler, hereinafter referred to as Mr. Beisler. Mr. Beisler initially agreed to meet, but when he arrived for the meeting, Mr. Beisler simply stated he had no time to talk with the dancers, even though he had devoted ample time to discussion with the musicians and vocalists performing on tour that same day. Mr. Beisler promised he would make time to talk with the dance cast over Zoom regarding the cast's concerns, but never followed through. The dancers performed that night and then returned to the United States shortly after. Back in the United States, the dancers were once again placed on a soft hold and unable to take other jobs. Shows were not due to resume for over a month. Fortunately, on or about April 4th, 2023, the dancers in BGBT were able to agree to a 50% retainer. So, on or about April 4th, the dancers and BGBT were able to come to terms for a 50% retainer. Well, looks like you all made out good after all. Oh, wait a minute, there's more. Unfortunately, despite the advances the dancers made in obtaining a retainer, it became clear that BGBT's management began to lash out at the dancers. Specifically, BGBT management treated the black members of the dance team differently than other members. BGBT's management team consisted almost entirely of white Europeans. Oh, shucky ducky quack quack. So what Jason said about Lizzo's white handlers, anybody sitting there with your big bowl of Cheerios in front of your television, Miss Size 25, upset and angry. How do he know that she got white folk? Lizzo a boss. Lizzo is a boss eater. She's not a boss employer nor a boss thinker. Folks, is what you all know all the time. All these degenerates that they sit up here and impose on black society and try to make the face of black society, all of them are puppets of degenerate white handlers in the entertainment industry, across the board, music, movie, television, you name it. This is the way it is. All of them are just puppets of white handlers. All of them. ALL, across the board. You see somebody out there, Lil Nas X and the rest of them, he ain't running anything. There's some white folk behind him. They're the ones like, okay, if you want us to give you this push in this bag, this is a certain type of person you have to be. You can't just be anybody. There's a certain type of person that you're gonna have to be. And if that's not going to occur, you can't be here. So yeah, folks, now you know who's causing this. You wanna know where Lizzo came from? Yeah, white Europeans. Okay. BGBT's management team consisted almost entirely of white Europeans who often accused the black members of the dance team of being lazy, unprofessional, and having bad attitudes. I disagree with that. Do these women here look lazy to you? I dispute that claim. I take issue with that claim. Why, do these women sitting right here, do they look lazy to any of you all? Do these women on your screen look lazy to you? Do you see any laziness on this screen at all? Why, I see 3 hard-working women. The very picture of dedication, in my opinion. Not only do these words ring familiar as tropes used to disparage and discourage black women from advocating for themselves, but the same accusations were not levied against dancers who are not black. Did the non-black dancers look like this? All right. Folks, I'm lost. All right. On or about April 20th, 2023, the dance cast was scheduled for an 8-hour rehearsal. Near the end of the rehearsal, Lizzo arrived and called the dance cast together for a meeting to address the rumors of unprofessionalism. That means your ass is getting ready to go out the door. During this meeting, Lizzo also stated that the dancers were not performing up to par and repeatedly accused the dancers of drinking alcohol before shows, even though the dance cast had never partaken in such a practice. Lizzo then stated all the dancers would be required to re-audition for their spots. And if Lizzo was dissatisfied with their performance at the end of the day, the dancers would be fired and sent home. What followed was an excruciating re-audition in which the dancers repeatedly ran through the entire 90-minute show. Wait a minute. What? Are you telling me that these three gals are able to go through a 90-minute dance routine? Are you seriously suggesting that to me? That they can make it through a 90-minute dance routine? I mean, how much time have you allotted for this dance routine is what I'm trying to figure out. The dances might be 90 minutes, but the whole audition might be 7 hours. So they can make it through a whole 90-minute. I'm like, okay. I'm trying to figure out how this works. All right, fine, Jason, stop. What followed was an excruciating re-audition in which the dancers repeatedly ran through the entire 90-minute show. What was supposed to be an 8-hour rehearsal was extended to almost 12 hours. The re-audition was brutal, as the dancers were not allowed a break. During the run-through of the show, Miss Davis felt she needed to excuse herself to the restroom. However, she was afraid that if she left the stage at any point during the audition, she would be fired. Miss Davis was pressed on as long as she could until she eventually lost control of her bladder. Oh, this is ugly, y'all.
Auntie, chill.
Still fearing the repercussions of exiting the stage through the run-through, Miss Davis remained on stage, dancing in soiled clothes until there was a brief segment of the show where the dance cast was not part of the onstage performance and were allowed a short break. Miss Davis was utterly embarrassed and hurried backstage to change into clean clothes. Unfortunately, the only clothing available to Miss Davis was a see-through garment provided by the wardrobe department, making her feel exposed and even more embarrassed. Miss Davis was required to finish the rehearsal dancing in front of male crew members who were known to sexualize the dancers under less revealing scenarios. Remember that bus incident? Remember the bus driver incident? If you want to know why they mentioned that early, good lawyers are good storytellers. And when you're able to weave a story like this and there's a callback, when you're able to put callbacks in here, it's like, okay, you're compounding the evidence. After rehearsal was finally over, nothing was said to the dancers, but they were left with the impression that they were to show up the next day. On or about April 21st, 2023, Lizzo called another meeting with the dance cast to reiterate that none of their jobs were safe. Again, Lizzo mentioned that drinking alcohol before the show was prohibited. As this accusation was not based in any sort of reality, Miss Williams raised her hand and asked to speak. Miss Williams went on to rebut Lizzo's accusation of drinking on the job, stating that the dancers had never drank alcohol prior to shows. Miss Quigley immediately supported Miss Williams, confirming that the dancers had never drank before shows. Lizzo mockingly responded, "Well, if you're not, then good for y'all." Then stated that maybe the accusations of drinking before the shows were on account of the dancers' poor performance. From this moment on, the tension between Lizzo, BGBT management, and Miss Williams was palpable. If you don't know what palpable means, look it up. On or about April 21st, 2023, Miss Davis was called into a private meeting with Lizzo and the choreographer Tanisha Scott, hereinafter referred to as Miss Scott. Lizzo and Miss Scott questioned whether Miss Davis was struggling with something as she seemed less committed to her role of the dance cast. I be damn, y'all made her sit up here and use the bathroom on the damn self on stage. Yes, that's the definition of I am very reluctant to show up here. That's the very definition. Yes, you would be reluctant too. Lizzo and Miss Scott pressed Miss Davis for an explanation of why she seemed less bubbly and vivacious than she did prior to the tour starting. In professional dance, a dancer's weight gain is often seen as that dancer getting lazy or worse off as a folks, weight gain? What? Did they say weight gain? What? What? Damn! Folks, weight gain? I hope, are they saying that they're implying the issue? Well, we just worried you putting on some weight. Really? So when y'all marched out with her 2 years prior, you thought everything was okay 2 years prior. Folks, welcome to crazy world. So she was okay back in March? Ooh, we thought you putting on some pounds. Have you put on a little weight, Miss Davis? Have you put on some weight, Ariana? That's Ariana Davis right here. Okay, so that was back in March. We couldn't help but notice. It looks like you put on a couple of pounds. Really? So back in March, she was okay, is what you're telling me. Back in March, she was all right. She was all right back in March, but April, May, I don't know. You look like you're putting on some. It's hurting your performance. Really? Folks, really? So now you worry about the weight. Now you got something to say about the weight. Folks, really? I mean, this is like an SNL skit in the courtrooms. Somebody else needs to come read this for me. While I check out reality. Lizzo and Miss Scott's questions about Miss Davis's commitment to the tour were thinly veiled concerns about Mrs. Davis's weight gain, which Lizzo had previously called attention to after noticing it at the South by Southwest Music. What in the... Folks, this is November 2022. This is November 2022. When the previous tour was ending. This is Ariana Davis from 2022. October 2022. So she was okay here? So she's all right here. Her weight's fine. You ain't lost a step, champ. So she was okay. This was fit. This was fit to tour. This is the picture of fitness back then. Really? Really? Folks, what the hell? What the hell? And by the way, Lizzo calling out anybody's weight. Lizzo saying anything to anybody's weight outside of Gilbert Grape. Folks, this is laughable. Lizzo, can you imagine how embarrassed you would be getting called out by Lizzo for your weight? Could you imagine how embarrassed you'd be for Lizzo to be telling you something about your weight? Hey, you need to tighten it up. Is this real? So this was okay. This was the okay version of Ariana. She was fit back then. Ooh, you putting on weight now. Ms. Davis stated that she was dealing with personal issues, but did not, nor would she ever let it affect her work. In fact, not only had Ms. Davis's performance as a dancer not slipped, but Ms. Davis had also become a better dancer than she was when she was hired. Lizzo and Ms. Scott were not satisfied with Ms. Davis's answer and continued to press. Just as she was at Banana Bar, Lizzo was relentless until Ms. Davis bent to her demands. Although Lizzo and Miss Scott never explicitly stated it, These questions, accompanied by Lizzo's statements made after the South by Southwest Music Festival, gave Miss Davis the impression that she needed to explain her weight gain and disclose intimate personal details about her life in order to keep her job. I'd like to find out what it was they said to do that. Folks, do you really need a job this bad? Do you need one this bad? Even if you this built, even if you built like this, you need a job this bad? Folks, come on now. Ms. Davis shared that she had been struggling with anxiety and depression and had been diagnosed with binge eating disorder. Binge eating disorder. Man, if you don't quit. Ms. Davis explained her diagnoses and struggles, but made it clear that in spite of her mental health struggles, she was still committed to the tour and performing to the top of her capabilities. In response, Lizzo and Ms. Scott dismissively offered Ms. Davis time off of rehearsals to attend therapy. This offer seemed strange to Miss Davis and made her feel like if she accepted the time off, Lizzo and BGBT would see her as too weak to continue as a member of the dance cast. By the way, they just covered their asses with this one. They said, we offered her time off to get therapy. So she felt some kind of way. It's like, she can't say we were going to fire her. Well, she felt that way. Well, she felt wrong. That wasn't what was going to happen. And she can't prove that we were going to do that because you can't prove a negative. So by the way, in case you all didn't notice, BGBT just covered their asses, at least on this point. Everything else, not so sure about. This point right here, they just covered themselves. If they actually did that and she's admitting it, they covered themselves. Which means they can probably prove that they offered that. Accordingly, Ms. Davis declined, thinking that it was the only way she could keep her job. This meeting took place immediately before a show, and although Ms. Davis was hurt and emotionally drained by being forced to tell her employers about personal struggles, she still went out and performed that night. On or about April 26, 2023, Ms. Williams was terminated in the lobby of the hotel the dancers were staying at by Ms. Gugliotta. By Ms. Gugliotta under the guise of budget cuts. Miss Williams was the only dancer to get fired on this day. Stunned, Miss Williams asked to speak to Lizzo. Ms. Gugliotta responded, telling Miss Williams that Lizzo, quote, isn't the best with these things, and, quote, she has a lot going on. Undeterred, Miss Williams continued to ask to speak with Lizzo until Ms. Gugliotta stated Miss Williams, quote, does not have the best attitude at time and comes across as snarky. Ms. Rodriguez then spoke to Ms. Gugliotta expressing disagreement with the decision to publicly terminate Ms. Williams. Ms. Gugliotta responded that it had to be done and then stated, we've never had any problems with you. Okay. Well, hope they didn't say it like that. That's kind of ominous. On or about April 27, 2023, all the dancers were called into a meeting with Lizzo to discuss notes on how they had been dancing. Prior to discussing performances, Lizzo addressed Miss Williams being fired. During the meeting, Lizzo stated that she had heard that one of the dancers questioned by Lizzo hadn't fired Miss Williams directly. During the meeting, Lizzo stated she heard that one of the dancers questioned why Lizzo hadn't fired Miss Williams directly. Lizzo repeatedly demanded to know who questioned her decision to fire Miss Williams, and once again reminded the dance cast that she had eyes and ears everywhere. Lizzo also, especially for anything that looks like a drive-through menu, she got eyes and ears for that. Lizzo also stated her preference that the dance cast refrain from socializing with Miss Williams before Miss Williams left New Orleans, where the tour was performing that night. Afterwards, Lizzo finally gave the group performance notes. Miss Davis, who suffers from an eye condition, boy, she got all kinds of issues going on there, doesn't she? Which Lizzo and BGBT were aware of, sometimes becomes disoriented in stressful situations as a result of the condition. Accordingly, Miss Davis has a habit of making audio recordings of stressful interactions so she can review them later in less stressful environments. Oh boy, Lizzo.
What?
Well, what does that tell you all? What does that tell you all? Oh. So she's recording things. Remember I told you before that notes like that are meant for other counsel. Notes like that are meant for other counsel. It's meant to let them know, by the way, we have much more evidence than is contained in this lawsuit. You might want to start preparing for a settlement because we've got much more than you can see in this lawsuit. As the tour camp had become incredibly tense for Miss Davis, and the original intent of the meeting was for Lizzo to provide performance notes that could be crucial to the dancers' continued employment, Miss Davis recorded this meeting so she could review it later on. By the way, folks, in Louisiana, that's legal. So Louisiana, I should know, I live here. Louisiana is what we call a one-party state. Now, states like California, I believe, are a two-party state. I think California is a two-party state. What that means is that if someone is being recorded, both the person doing the recording and the person being recorded, both of them need to know that there's a recording taking place. Louisiana is a one-party state. Only the person recording needs to know that this interaction is being recorded. On or about May 3rd, 2023, all the dancers were called into an emergency wardrobe fitting. As they arrived at this fitting, BGBT management and security were there waiting for the dance cast. Security took each dancer's phone as they entered the room. Once all were in the room and their phones were collected, Lizzo entered. Lizzo stated she knew that one of the dancers recorded their meeting on April 27, 2023. Lizzo became furious, hurling expletives at the group, and stated that she was going to go around the room person by person until someone told Lizzo who made the recording. Miss Davis admitted that she had recorded the meeting and explained it was because she wanted to have a copy of the notes Lizzo had given them about their performances. Miss Davis also explained that she never intended to harm Lizzo with the recording and had even deleted it the day after recording. Lizzo responded with, "There is nothing you can say to make me believe you." Miss Quigley and Lizzo then took turns berating Miss Davis. After castigating Miss Davis, Lizzo fired Miss Davis on the spot. Before Lizzo left, Miss Rodriguez asked if she could have a word with Lizzo. Miss Rodriguez explained that she did not appreciate how Lizzo had handled this situation with Miss Davis and that Miss Rodriguez felt disrespected and therefore would resign. So in other words, Rodriguez says, "I am offended by extension. Simply seeing this has offended me." Folks, sexual harassment law works that way. You can be a victim of simply witnessing sexual harassment, which is crazy. But if you witness sexual harassment at the job, you can make a claim for yourself. Hey, they were sexually harassing that person over there, and I feel that I have been offended. I feel like I've been harmed. So Ms. Rodriguez said, yeah, my days of dancing is over. My days of dancing is over. This resignation drew both Miss Quigley's and Lizzo's ire. Miss Quigley screamed at Miss Rodriguez and Miss Davis, calling them disrespectful. Then Lizzo aggressively approached Miss Rodriguez, cracking her knuckles, balling her fists. Whoa! Lizzo is wilding out, and y'all seen Lizzo do that on stage. Okay, look here. Are you ready to do the sumo hustle? Oh, could y'all imagine these big broads getting down? Can y'all imagine that? Oh, man, can y'all imagine it? What does it look like? I'm trying to figure it out for myself. What does it look like if that happens? Oh, man, what happens if they all start getting down up in there? What happens if that occurs? Oh, boy, I'm wondering how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck Oh, man. Oh, what would it look like? Oh, my sensibilities. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think. If you walked away from your computer to your monitor, you just missed it. Lizzo aggressively approached Ms. Rodriguez, cracking her knuckles, balling her fists, and exclaiming, "You're lucky. You're so effing lucky." Ms. Rodriguez feared that Lizzo intended to hit her and would have done so if one of the other dancers had not intervened. Neither security nor management did anything to de-escalate the situation. As Lizzo left the room, she raised both her middle fingers and yelled, "Bye, B." Ms. Rodriguez then returned to her hotel room, escorted by 3 other dancers as they all feared Lizzo may return, trying to hurt Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez packed her things and prepared to leave. So big body Lizzo trying to bow up on somebody, I'd be worried. Let me tell you, I'm scared. I'm not scared, I'm scared. Because I'm like, how many times would you have to sit up here and give Lizzo the left hook? How many haymakers would you have to give Lizzo before she go down? Because if she just start charging at you like the human juggernaut, are you sure you could stop it? Fellas, are y'all sure you could stop Lizzo if she just decides to bum rush you? She just coming at you. Are you sure you could stop her, man? Are you sure you could? I know it feels. I feel like I can do it. Are you certain, fellas? Are you sure you could do that? I know you watch the UFC and you watch them videos of Manny Yarborough and you figure I could do that. I don't know, fellas. I don't know. You might want to think that over because I'm scared. You only get a second to pray. You only get a minute to pray and a second to get run over by Lizzo. You get a minute to pray, but a second for her to be on top of you. So I don't know, fellas. Think it over. Ms. Davis was forced to stay behind, detained in the room where the meeting had taken place by a member of Lizzo's security detail, referred to as Robo. Molly Gordon, hereinafter Miss Gordon, the special tours co-manager, demanded Ms. Davis let Robo rifle through the files on Ms. Davis's phone and in her iCloud while Ms. Gordon watched, even though Ms. Davis had already explained she had deleted the recording days earlier. Ms. Davis was told she was not allowed to leave until the phone had been searched. Ms. Davis was scared and wanted nothing more than to leave the area and therefore assented to her phone being searched. A thorough search confirmed Ms. Davis's assertion that she had already deleted the recording from her phone. After finally being released from her confinement, oh boy, confinement, are you saying lawful imprisonment? Okay, these terms mean things, folks. After finally being released from her confinement, Ms. Davis hurried to her hotel room, packed her things, met up with Ms. Rodriguez, and left for the airport. Their flights did not leave for another 7 hours, but the two were afraid that Lizzo, Miss Quigley, or someone at Lizzo's direction might return with the intent to further confront or even hurt them. Okay. So basically, you all know, now you know all the details of the lawsuit or the allegations within the lawsuit against Lizzo. You don't have half statements, rumors, innuendos, snippets taken out in People magazine or a website. You have now heard somebody walk through the allegations with you to explain to you exactly how this occurred. And I'm going to tell y'all right now what my position in the matter is. My position on the matter is this is why big girls can't get along. It ain't going to happen. Hard to get women to get along when they're employed by other women. By the way, in case you think I'm wrong, to the ladies in the chat room, if you've had more problems working under another female than you ever had working under a male, give me the hand up emoji in the chat room. To all the women listening right now, if you've had more trouble out of the women who are your supervisors and managers at your job, if you had more trouble out of them than you ever did out of any of the men that you worked with or worked under. Give me the hand up emoji in the chat room. Because you know it's true. If you're a female, the other females are more damn catty than any damn thing else. The fellas, you can wiggle some hips and get them to get up off of you. The other females, when she's on your ass, she's on your ass. That's it. You can't show no thigh. You can't show no cleavage. You can't make nice. You can't make nice. You can't apologize. You can't back off. It's no forgiveness, no forgetting. You made an enemy for life. She's on your ass from here on in. She's here to prove something to you now. But y'all know that's how it is. Now she's here to prove something to you. Oh, you think you're going to show me? And here's the other thing. Now you feel like you got to prove to her that you ain't no punk. So it just escalates from there, man. It just escalates from there. It escalates from there. And what I'm telling you is that you're in a situation where a bunch of females together dealing with various mental and emotional issues, mental and emotional struggles. They're all packed together in a very tense environment, an environment where they have to answer to other women. So far, you've only heard about one man who's in charge of anything. Everybody else is a bunch of other women. Everyone else is a bunch of women. So what I'm saying is the women couldn't get along. The women couldn't. You can't blame this on the men. This is a strictly female issue. Every allegation you're hearing here, this is the females saying we can't get along with each other. And I submit to you that when you have entitlement issues running at this tremendous rate, when you've got entitlement issues that are this bad, well, you got a bunch of females here who think they glamorous and aren't, and they've got all kinds of exaggerated notions about their worth, and you put them together, anything that don't go their way is going to go bad. But as I told you all here before, what does this really come down to? It comes down to the dollar. It comes down to the dollar. These chicks thought they had a payday coming. These chicks thought that they were supposed to get more money. They saw other people on the tour getting more money than them. And what did they say with their usual bovine entitlement? They said, well, I should be getting more money too. Just because they're the musicians doesn't mean that I shouldn't get as much as them. Okay. Then they made an issue of it. So you got a bunch of big gals, and you know they ain't going to wait to eat, but they also ain't going to wait to get fed. So they're like, hey, I need to get more money now. I got to get it, and I got to get it now. So then they start bossing up on each other. And that's really the way this went down. This is a financial dispute because they were upset they wasn't getting enough money. And according to them, and I wonder what Lizzo's people's side of the story is going to be about, did they actually give them that 50% retainer? I'll be interested to know if that actually occurred. I do know what these chicks' problem is. These chicks' problem was the money. The money wasn't right. We're getting ready to pause the tour. We ain't getting paid like we think we should be getting paid. And we here to squeeze you for more money. And if you ain't going to pay it, well, don't worry. We're going to lawyer up. And now you going to trick off for real. Now you about to trick off for real. That's where we coming at with it. We're not asking you anymore if you want to give up some more dollars. We're coming to take them. That's where we're going with it now. We're coming to take it. I'm going to say this. And then if you all want to, I will briefly open the phone lines. I'm not going to be on too long here tonight. I've been on here for almost 2 hours. We had 2 hours just reading this to go through this. So you can go ahead and check my pedigree on this when we get through with it. But we're doing our thing here tonight. And what I want to do, I'm going to go ahead and open up the phone lines. But before I do, I want to say something because this needs to be said. I want to say this. Folks, I'm going to tell the truth. Have you ever been in a room full of 5 grossly overweight women who were not pushy? Asking for a friend. Have you ever been in a room with 5, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 overweight women, and they were not completely pushy? They were all polite and congenial. Like Jason, I was in a room with 5 big back broads. They were all nice and polite. None of them were pushy, overwhelming, loud. Because how you do one thing is how you do everything. And that's what I'm saying. When you take a look at this case, you start to quickly realize that there was only one way that this could go. Just one. Not 5, not 10. Just one. Just one. Hell no, they can't get along. No, they can't. There's no way they can. No way they can. You can go ahead and try. You can experiment with it. You can tell yourself this will work. You can do whatever you want to with it, but at the end of the day, you're going to have to live under this. Once you make that ill-fated attempt to live under it, that's when things are going to get bad. But you're going to have to live under it. And I submit to you, among other things, that these things happen for a reason. When you have a bunch of people around you that they wear their insecurities on their midsection. They wear it on their midsections. That tells you a lot, is what I'm trying to say to you. However, you might disagree. Therefore, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. This is the one. We're out here on a Friday night, so I'm glad you all could join us. I also want to send out a special thanks to everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, CashApp, Super Chat, Venmo. Big shout out here to my man Jay Freeman Blackman. Hadn't seen you in a minute, brother. Hadn't seen you in a minute, but glad to see you back out here. Sir Shy, Bernie Cole, Plant-Based Trucker, Dion Mosley, James Green, and everyone else who has contributed to support tonight's program. Thank you very much for doing so. We appreciate that. We'll have the phone lines open here also. And the reason I'm doing tonight's program is I want folks to understand it's not the usual thing you would have expected. I'm not having a full-blown roast session here. I'm just calling to mind something. I'm calling to mind something because I want you to understand that it's true. You can see these issues coming. This type of morbid obesity is a sign of bigger and worse emotional issues. These are not minor. These are not minor at all. These are big emotional issues, pardon the expression. And under those circumstances, that's what you're going to have to deal with. Now you're trying to run a financial enterprise. Imagine trying to run a financial enterprise under those conditions. Every time you show up, that's what's happening. Imagine trying to run a business under trying to keep those types of individuals happy. Imagine if you attempted to do that. Imagine what it would be like if you had to do that. You think that would be easy? You think that would be simple? The other thing is that Lizzo has spent her entire time championing her own special brand of degeneracy. Her own special brand of vulgarity and perversion. Absolutely no one is shocked to hear any of these allegations and then hear that it's Lizzo who did it. No one is surprised to hear it. Nobody's like, damn, not Lizzo. Never would thought. There's no one who says that. No one. No one. You don't see a bunch of people running to her defense because you can't. But you also don't hear a bunch of people running to her backup dancers' defenses either, do you? You don't hear that going on either, do you? Did you all get that? Not only is no one really running to Lizzo's defense, they're not running to the backup dancers' defenses either. Did you get that? Why do you think that is? As I was saying here before, I don't want you to get it twisted. Right now, the impression the general public has is there are no heroes here. There are no heroes and there are no victims. They're all villains. That's the way the general public sees this. They're all villains here. You know why? Because the bottom line is you can't be three chicks who resemble Lizzo and then sue Lizzo and think you're going to get sympathy. You can't be three chicks who've been dancing for Lizzo all this time and then sue Lizzo and think now you're going to get sympathy. That's not going to occur. You can tell yourself it can or it should, but that's not actually going to happen. Shout out here to my man Dewfish in the chat room. Thank you very much for supporting the nice program. We appreciate that. Also going to say one more thing. Oh, it's going to hurt some feelings, but it will. I'm going to say one more thing. Ladies, listen to me, ladies. You have been warned. You have been warned. When you look a certain way, you become invisible. When you look a certain way, you become invisible. When you stop looking feminine, when you stop looking fit, when you stop looking petite, and I don't mean petite as in the svelte or slender sense. I mean when you've lost all womanly proportions and you weigh more than 90% of the men around you. Just understand, ladies, the bigger you get, the more invisible you become. Even though that seems to be contrary, it's true. The bigger you get, the more invisible you become. So you don't have the support of the men. The men, you're invisible to the men. And the problem is you don't have the support of the women because the women have been supporting Lizzo all this time. And boy, have you ever seen a pair of pants that ever stretched? And if that pair of pants could scream right now, if that pair of pants could scream right now, it'd probably sound like, if a pair of pants could shriek. I'm not just saying that to be a goofball. I'm saying it because I want you to understand, ladies, when you become invisible, you become helpless. And when you become helpless, you'll be wishing you had more assistance and you won't be able to get it. Now her backup dancers are pleading for help and pleading for sympathy, and they're not very sympathetic figures. They're invisible. You're invisible. You're invisible. You know why? Oh, I'm going to say this because Lizzo's audience is made up of the 2/3 of black women who are obese or overweight. 2/3 of black women are overweight or obese. They're either overweight or they're not just overweight, they're actually obese overweight. Think obese chicks got sympathy for each other? You think that over for a minute. You think you're getting sympathy from them? You think the other Buffalo girls are sitting around having sympathy for you? You think they're concerned about that? When's the last time you were in a room with other chicks built like you and got love in the city? When's the last time that happened? Come on now. Let's be honest for a minute. It's tough, I understand, but let's just be honest for a minute here by exactly where you find yourself. So with that being the case, just understand. You might have told yourself all this time that there was sisterhood, but the sisterhood doesn't really operate like that, and it certainly doesn't operate like that for the double XLs. It doesn't. You're out here alone. You're beasts of no nation. You don't have any support. Lizzo is putting out the word against you. And the other big chicks, there's no honor among big chicks. Come on now. There's no honor among them. They're all trying to figure out how they can cancel out each other. But there's no honor among them. There's no honor. So it'll be interesting to see how things pan out here. And it'll be interesting to see how things break down. But don't expect for a moment to see any honor among them. That's not going to happen. You have a nation now of grossly overweight women, and they're all going to be fighting with each other over what they get or what they should do. And what they should have. And let's be clear, the bigger they get, the more they want to see each other fail. The bigger they get, the more they want to see each other fail. Cassandra. Shout out Mr. Marlon X in the chat room. Cassandra, what are you doing? Cassandra, if you are out of the ICU, I want you to get on Zoom. Baby, are you still in the hospital somewhere? What are you talking about, Cassandra? What are you talking about? Mods, get Cassandra on the line here. What is Cassandra doing? Cassandra, what are you doing? What are you talking about? This is exactly the type of issue I'm referring to. This is exactly what I mean. No, Lizzo is not being canceled because Lizzo is plugged up and mobbed up with the system. Lizzo is mobbed up with the system. Cassandra says she's still in the hospital, baby, and you still in the hospital and still giving problems? Cassandra said Jason doesn't like the big girls. Cassandra, is your issue weight-oriented? Because if it is, you should not like the big girls neither. Come on now. Cassandra, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. No, don't put Cassandra on don't put her on now. I don't want anybody to see her plugged up and they were like, Jason, you being mean. I'm just saying, folks, come on now. Come on. This is not we're supposed to be all over that. We are supposed to be beyond that idea. We need to look out for the big girls. No, the big girls need to look out for us. We're not the ones taking them down. They're taking each other down right now. They don't even have time to sit up here. They ain't worried about a treadmill. They're worried about sniping at each other now. They're worried about sniping at each other. This is what they're doing. They need to be trying to get each other on a weight regimen. No, they ain't trying to do it. They're like, screw it. We're just going to do whatever the hell we want to do. And that's what I'm saying. You're not going to get people's everyday experiences with the big gals is the reason that nobody's got a bunch of sympathy right now. It's 3 big gals going after 3 or 4 other big gals. That includes Quigley. That includes little old Quigley. I mean, she's little compared to the rest of them. I bet you she feels like a star. I bet you Quigley feels like a star. Then you take a look at the other folk around her. Then you realize, no, it's not star situations. It's a bunch of chicks with a bunch of issues. It's just a bunch of chicks with a bunch of issues. That's the thing I'm talking about. At what point do you realize there's a damn problem? At what point do you realize, you know what, maybe this is not where I need to be? I'm also saying here that, by the way, for anybody else who was wondering, yeah, the big gals can't get along with each other. Oh, I shouldn't say that, but it's true. They can't get along with each other. They're not going to. It ain't happening. They've lived a not so nice life. They're not polite. These are not the polite people. Somebody else is going to be the polite folk. These ain't it. I don't want Cassandra to stress herself. Caller from area code 440. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, sir, Jason. If you're talking to me, this is Arion. I'm from Cleveland by way of Lorraine.
All right, Arion from Cleveland. What's on your mind?
Man, I've been listening to you for some years, brother. I got hip to you probably like 2017, and it's my first time ever calling in. And it probably was some other subjects that was like more, relevant to just things that I've been experiencing while I'm matriculating and trying to navigate, through this society. But man, I'm just calling in because I'm, like I said, I've been an avid listener for some years, and I appreciate the content. And it's just crazy how, as we move forward, we see this deep sense of, entitlement that some of our sisters in particular have. You know what I mean? And then when the chips all fall down, it's like everything that brothers like you've been saying, or, myself, I'm a little younger than you, but I echo your sentiments. It's like the chick is coming home to roost. Everything come to fruition. You know what I mean? So,
well, let me ask you about
something. And I just
here.
wanted to call.
Let me ask you about one thing here. What do you think about the brother? Oh, whoever it was over there. The fella over there in Amsterdam, that he was part of the security team. He ain't even a dancer or musician. He's not on stage. He's part of the security team. And Lizzo cornered him. I can imagine being cornered by Lizzo had him scared for his life. I imagine he was.
Right.
But the fella apparently needed a job so bad that he allowed Lizzo and them to pull his drawers down and I'm assuming spank him with a whip on stage. And I'm trying to figure out here, brother, what would you have done had you been confronted with that situation?
I wouldn't have been in them set of circumstances, but that sounds like it's a combination of kinky gone wrong and all money ain't good money. But we living in some very strange times with some nefarious characters, and manhood ain't, what it used to be when brothers like you, that's leading the forefront, when stoicism and traditionalism was the order of the day. Now these brothers are kind of led by their lower desires, and like you always say, it'd be a lot of spoon-fed brothers that was raised by their mom, and they basically look like they dad and sound like their mother when you talk to them. You know what I mean? So instead of being able to grab that situation by the horns and, make sure that it was as kosher or as dapper as it could be, they allow themselves to be ran through and ran over in the situation. They basically be like logs for the fire. Good brother. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm thinking to myself, I wonder if these folks signed NDAs or something. I'm wondering because the way Lizzo
Man,
acts and
that's an
things,
interesting point.
I'm wondering if they signed NDAs and, you sign these NDAs and then go. The NDAs in Hollywood are specifically for them to go to their parties. The NDAs in Hollywood and the music industry are specifically for the purposes of concealing what goes on at these parties with them. It's specifically
Right.
for that. It serves no other purpose. It has no other purpose. It has no other reason for existing. Their NDAs are just so you can't talk about what happened at these places. And
Yes, sir.
They said that these
it's one
events
thing
and-
if you sign an NDA for Beyonce. It's another thing when you sign one for Lizzo.
well, I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
I'm just
know.
throw
I
that
mean,
out there.
I don't even know about that, to be totally honest with you there, because this goes on everywhere. So you all know I got friends who work in Hollywood, and it's like they
Especially
can,
in Hollywood. I was just thinking that.
they can tell you some stories. So it's just one of those things where you got to look at that and realize, man, some of this stuff that's going on, you got to ask yourself, first of all, 3 gals built like this. It's like, y'all are the low-hanging fruit. Jason said it. I said it. They're the low-hanging fruit, man. They latched on to an opportunity that wasn't really no damn opportunity. You see what I mean? This wasn't really no
Not at all,
opportunity.
right.
An opportunity to do what? You look silly. You look stupid. All you here for is to accompany Lizzo. And when you told her that you got depression issues, what do you think you just said to her? You just think all she heard was meat. That is it.
Right,
All she heard is you the meat. That's it. You're going to be easily taken care of. You got all kinds of issues. You're exactly what she wants because you most likely get turned out. We are here to turn your big ass out, and that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what occurred.
Right. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's crazy. It's just like the vulnerabilities and the weakness, it just make them susceptible to basically be like food for the slaughter. You know what I mean? Like meat for the butcher. You know what I mean? It's like they prey upon that. And like you said, in Hollywood, that's the order of the day. And I made the comparison, like, just saying most people would probably go along with it if it was like a Beyonce situation as opposed to Lizzo. But you are right. Like, regardless of who it is, if it's, nefarious activity, it's nefarious activity. You know what I mean? So that's where the moral compass come in. And as you know, that's where a lot of our people, unfortunately, tend to lack. You know what I'm saying? But I definitely appreciate your content, man. I'm a single father. I got custody of my 8-year-old son. I had custody for like the past 4 years. And a lot of the morale and the motivation that I was able to muster up came from listening to brothers like you. The first time I heard you, you were speaking on the founder. I had heard a clip that you did about the guy that basically started the McDonald's brand and made it as big as it is today. And you were talking about how his wife couldn't see the forest for the trees, that she missed that plane, just lacking patience. You know what I mean? I guess her female intuition wasn't clicking like it should have been. And she missed that boat. So, me having custody of my son, I'm not able to, my son's mother isn't really able to kind of jerk me the way she would want to. And then I'm married to another sister who we don't have children together. So I'm kind of like, even though we go through our issues, I've kind of been able to stay the A side in that situation too. So I just want to thank you, brother, because I do listen to your content. I've even listened to you, you know what I'm saying, with my wife, you know what I'm saying? And she don't like a lot of the stuff I listen to because it's very, mannish. I be on, the type of vibe you be on. But all in all, man, I just appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I've been listening to you since like 2017, 2018. Not long after that, I got custody of my son. You know what I'm saying? He headed to the 3rd grade, and I'm just trying to, keep it in motion. I'll be listening to you when you put brothers on game and you tell them call you back. You know what I'm saying? You're the only one I see doing that, so I just salute you. You know what I mean? God willing, next month in September, I'm going to get my electrician's trade, and I just want to continue to expand. You know what I mean? So definitely appreciate the broadcast. Like I said, it would have made more sense. This is my first time calling in, but I've been listening to you for a minute. It's been other episodes that I was like, man, I should call in, but I only had one phone, and you know what I'm saying? I just wanted to hear the content. But man, I just, you know what I'm saying, figure I'd call in, salute you, and give you your flowers, good brother. You know what I'm saying? That was pretty much it.
Well, thank you very much for checking in. I'm glad to see things are working out for you. But then again, things don't work out. You make them work out. It doesn't just fall into place.
Very
you
true.
make it fall into place. However, you now have the most important thing a man can have. You got control of your environment around you. A man cannot feel
Yes,
like a
sir.
man if he has no control and if everybody else is making the decisions about his life for him, over him. That's the number one thing that saps your manhood. Once you got power in your hands, now you need to be responsible for it. So I'm definitely glad things are working out for you,
Yes,
brother.
sir.
And please keep in touch. We appreciate that. In the chat room here, big shout out here to Hungry Millennial Network. He said he got accepted into his MBA program today. Thanks for keeping me inspired to go hard, B1S. Thank you very much, brother. And I'm glad to hear that's going right for you. So very, very important for you as well. So just keep at it here. You know how I feel about MBAs, but definitely glad to see you got into the program. Let me get caller from area code 401. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
How you doing, Jason? It's Malik from Taunton, Massachusetts.
Okay, Malik from Taunton. What's on your mind? Okay,
Just what you said earlier about have you ever
sir.
Have you ever met? Yes.
Turn off
Hello?
your speakers, sir. You have us echoing.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I just had a question about what you said. When have you ever seen a big chick that has not had a sense of entitlement or an attitude, or just because, like you said, they lived a hard life, so they're gonna have some type of revenge they want to get on somebody for the way they've been treated. And like I said, so much for the sisterhood. They're trying to eat each other alive right now.
You make a very good point. But it goes even further than that. Because if they are big or if they've been big, I warn you guys all the time about the former fatties. You got to be careful, not just about the fat chicks currently, but you might be dating a former fatty. And if you are, you better be careful. Former fatties are carrying a grudge. They got a chip on their shoulders and they're carrying a grudge. And they're getting ready to carry one on you. They're getting one to carry one on you. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. I was able to find what I was looking for here earlier. For those of you, if you heard me mention about Miss Quigley, if you'll remember, I said that Miss Quigley also said something. You remember I said she also said something here. You take a look on this post here from May 16th, 2022. And it says, yep, you heard it. I don't like the industry either. But guess what? You don't have to play no games because you already won the game when you got Jesus. Just wanted to encourage my brothers and sisters in this crazy industry and remind you, God is placing you in it because you are called to be the light in the darkest places. He will place you where you're called to be, on stages to spread your light with people who love and honor you. He did it for me. He will do it for you. Yeah.
I don't like the industry either. But you know what I love? I love to dance. I love my tribe. I love the team that I'm dancing with right now.
The team that's suing you?
But I just want to tell you that God is strategically placing you in the industry because you're in it, but you're not of it. You're called to be the light and salt of the world.
Not according to this lawsuit, you're not, that you're having avoided being a part of it. According to this lawsuit, you are still very much a part of it.
It can be really frustrating. I know it. I get it. I've been there. But you have Jesus, so you don't have to strive. You don't have to hustle. You don't have to do all that extra stuff that the world tells you have to do. Because guess what? You don't have to play no games because you already won the game. Because why? We serve a God that is the victor. He wants you to win. So get in this industry, but don't be of it.
Coming from the chick who was turning tricks with the rest of them in Amsterdam. Coming from the chick who was out there turning tricks with the rest of them. Yeah, coming from her. Yeah, don't be of the industry. Be in the industry, not of it. How can you not be of it? And Lizzo is up there with her putrid ass singing all this nonsense. What the hell are you talking about? Makes no damn sense. Let me go over here to Zoom. I got Tony on Zoom. What's on your mind, brother?
What's up, brother Jason? Shout out to you and the broadcast. I guess with these big girls, I guess they forgot that Lizzo was the HBBIC and the head big bitch in charge, and she ain't going for all that extra shit that they got going on and everything.
Yeah, I mean, she's exercising her right to abuse your big ass. So that's what it is.
Exactly. Like, I guess they forgot what type of music that she put out and everything. It's funny that you said that they brought up the music on the bus and everything, knowing that Lizzo is a toned down Sukihana pretty much.
Out of necessity. At least Sukihana can take some clothes off. Lizzo can't do that right there. It's just the more naked she gets, the worse the show gets. So it's the more explicit she gets, the more unarousing the show gets. It's just okay. She's the only stripper that niggas pay to put clothes on. It's like, look here. The money goes like a carousel. Money's going up, money coming back. You just, oh, no, please. If we throw enough money at her, you won't be able to see her.
All right, brother Jason. I just wanted to say that. Hey, great broadcast.
Thank you very much for tuning in tonight. We appreciate you, brother. Yeah, man. Look here. Ain't nobody trying to get stuck off in that. No, ain't nobody trying to get stuck off in that. Let me get caller from area code 510. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Marcus calling from San Francisco.
Okay, take your phone off the speaker. Whoever you are, it sounds like you calling me from the bottom of a box of Cheerios. See if you can take your phone off the speaker. Folks, speaker, Bluetooth, those wireless earbuds, it don't work. It doesn't happen.
I was driving. I'm sorry. I pulled over. I really quick. I'm Marcus from San Francisco. But
okay, brother, your phone sounds really muddled.
Questions.
So if you're on speaker or you got a messed up headset or something, take that off.
Okay, I'm Marcus from San Francisco.
Okay, I was about to say this is one stuffed tongue Negro if he sound like that in real life. Hi, Marcus from San Francisco. What's on your mind?
Hey, I just have two questions. I got hired, and I work at a shelter. I work for the county in Alameda out here, and I find myself, dealing with court order youth coming to the shelter to do their community service. And I just have two questions. Number one, I see a bunch of homeless women out here. They have no problem getting men, to accept them just the way they are, and it's hard for me to understand that. Number two, could you tell me? I'm trying to teach the youth, and they're very interested in your old programs, and I want to play some. Is there a way, or could you release some of your old deals from 2017, 2018 on up?
Okay, well, I only started it in 2018, so no, sir. You've reached the beginning. So I'm not sure.
No. I'm talking about from your other channel. That's what I meant. They're interested in the political stuff too.
Okay. Well, eventually I'm going to open that one back up. So just keep an eye and the ear open. You will see me. There's a reason why it's been restricted, but eventually I am going to open that one back up. As far as the folks you're talking about in San Francisco, you got to understand a homeless chick is a vulnerable chick. There are a lot of guys out here that they are just so desperate. They don't want to compete. They're just grabbing the low hanging fruit. So let's be clear. When you talk about there's guys out here, the homeless women got men who have no problem taking them. Okay, what you failed to bring up was what was the quality of these men. You're not talking about upstanding men with lots of options, CEOs, men with something to lose. That's not who you're talking about. You're talking about bottom feeders, damn near borderline criminals. That's who you're talking about. Guys who don't have anything to offer. Thus, they're looking for a female who's just so down and out that she'll just take whatever is flung off the table at her. So those are those kind of guys you're talking about. It's not that these women are desirable. It's that these women are specifically undesirable. And you got guys who are just looking for something that they can get an easy win. That's how far they've fallen. I want to ease. These fellas are literally saying to themselves, well, if we can scrub her down with some soap and a rope, maybe we can get her decent enough, but her mental state will be the same. And she's mentally and emotionally vulnerable. So these are not males who compete. These are not top of the line dudes. They don't have any value. They're not anything like that. And water seeks its own level. So as men, the only thing I want to know is who those guys are, so the rest of us can be aware, hey, that dude ain't solid, like, at all. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 229. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
All right, Jason, this is Big C out of Georgia, Bainbridge, Georgia, that is. How you doing, brother?
All right, see, out of Georgia, what's on your mind?
Yeah, man. You made a statement about have you ever been alone or in a situation where you was, involved with like maybe 4 or 5 big chicks at one time, and how ruthless they can be, or how pushy they could be. I've been in a situation like that before, but it wasn't like 4 or 5. It was only one big chick, and she, it was my first time, getting hired at a job, and she was supposed to be training me. My first time meeting her and everything. This chick terrorized me. Like, I didn't know her from a blade of grass. She didn't know me, but she was just big. Seemed like she was angry, upset, and she just figured out every way she could figure to, like, just terrorize me and just be rude and mean and obnoxious and push. So I just had to stamp on her. I'm usually an easygoing person, but I just had to really put her in her place and, tell her off.
That was probably what did it.
And
the fact that you are easygoing, that's probably what did it. If you are an easygoing guy, they're looking for easy targets, man. I mean, these women are not paragons of courage, not even with each other. So if she feels like you're an easy target and she can, maybe you the one to mess with, guess what? You're the one she's chosen.
I never thought about it like that, And when I say easygoing, Jason, I don't mean like, I'm respectful to all the ladies. I'm respectful to people, period. You know what I mean? And
yeah, but there are a lot of folks who look, but there's a lot of people who look for that specifically for the purposes of taking advantage of it. There are a lot of people who look at that specifically to say, oh, I can take advantage of that. Oh, he's not going to do X, Y, Z. So keep that in mind. You're raising these as positives. And I'm just letting you know that, by the way, for a certain segment of the population, they look at that as, oh, let me try him. The very fact that he is, according to you, quote, respectful of these other folk, oh, let me go ahead and see if I can abuse that and use that. He's the one I want to take out and vent my frustration on, because he'll just sit there and take it. The other thing is, there might be other things that you're not thinking about. You might not be thinking about the fact that you might resemble someone. See, this is something that men miss on a regular basis. Men associate this with baby mamaism, but they don't understand that. Do you look like the guy who left her with them 3 kids? Do you look like the fella? I'm serious. Do you look like the fella who came along after that guy? Do you have specific character traits? Because, for example, you got some big Buffalo built broad who's sitting up here with, a bunch of kids and a bunch of issues and a bunch of hard luck stories. And you're, quote, you're easygoing, you're easy to get along with, you talk respectfully to the women. What if the dude who got her was the same way? So she's like, oh, all you fellas is fake and I ain't gonna fall for it. And you just like him. And if I'm gonna punish you because, let's just be honest. The female psyche, that's the way it works. The female psyche doesn't really try to go back after the guy. There are a lot of females who do, but if getting at him is no longer an option, then men in general become the target. Now it becomes fair. Now you become fair game. And as all men, we have to be cognizant of that. We have to be cognizant that if a female took a L with another guy, she's going to look to get even with all of us. And you probably seen this on the job if you're there enough. You got one guy, and if he was good enough and everything, she couldn't get over on him, or she felt like she wasn't able to. Now all men become the target. Case in point, look at Oprah Winfrey, Halle Berry. We can go down the list. They got worse as time went on, not better. Faith Evans, we can go on. Tia Mowry. I'll be here all day naming women. The longer it went on, the worse they got. Now they've just gotten to a point where any man that they can get their hooks in, I'm punishing you. Yeah, well, you're all the same. Just understand that's really a component of the psyche. You're all the same. So they can vicariously punish him through you. You're like, why am I catching all this heat? And it's like you're catching heat for 2 or 3 other dudes that she like, I couldn't get at them, but I'm going to get at you. And here's the crazy part.
But I think
your attempt to defend yourself or go on the offensive against her, that's actually going to feed into her more. Because you just simply not letting her push you around and stuff. Yeah, see, I knew you were belligerent like that under that nice exterior. That's what you really are. And it's like, wait a minute. I ain't aggressive, nothing. I'm just not letting you beat up on me. So that's literally what you're dealing with in those situations.
Yeah. And I found out, word on the street through the job that, I wasn't special. She did everybody like that,
Like I said, you're all fair game. You're all fair game.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. And besides, she has nothing to lose. She has nothing to lose. I mean, a chick who's not liked by everybody, what does she have to lose? Nothing at all. Calling from area code 443. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Jason. This is Immigrant B1 from Fort Gordon, Georgia.
Man. Immigrant B1 is on the line. What's on your mind, brother?
So this whole situation is just crazy, and it's very unfortunate because, like, you were talking about the lady who was singing and playing the guitar. I don't remember what her name was.
That was Ariana.
Like, if she had
Ariana Davis.
Yeah, like you were saying that if she had actually put in some work, especially when it came to her physical appearance, and just kept working on her career, she could have had like a legitimate career in the business. But I guess she let her insecurities and her dysfunction with her eating disorder or whatever just get the better of her, and then she found herself going to work for Lizzo of all people. Like why? Like, it's really unfortunate. I kind of feel sorry for her because she could have been somewhere else just watching this and this was like, oof, I dodged a bullet.
Well, no, I mean, here's the issue. Here's the issue. You are a mentally and or emotionally, but specifically emotionally unbalanced female when you cannot keep healthy company around men and you attempt to fill that void and substitute it with a bunch of women simply because you can't get along with men. And what happens is you actually make yourself more of a target. Ladies, if you are unable to function and deal around men, just understand, if you think you're going to jump up one day and Lizzo is going to be a substitute for that environment, you just walked into the lion's den. Because let's be very, very clear about something, folks. A woman ain't got a use for another woman. People, unless you are both LGBT, a woman doesn't have a use for another woman. She don't. She's got no reason to have you around. Ladies, I'm telling the truth. Y'all ain't got no use for another woman. A man is useful. A man can upgrade your life. Other women ain't gonna upgrade your life. All you gonna do with them is sit around and dance crazy ass show tunes and put up TikToks. That's all you gonna do. But these other women ain't doing nothing for you. The men are where the action is. The men is where the money is. The men are where the upgrade is. The men is where the excitement is. The men is where the energy is. The men is where the desire is. On Valentine's Day, females ain't looking for another chick, even if she's in a girl-girl relationship. She's like, hey, Heifer ain't never gonna buy me nothing. She bought me a pair of damn socks last year. Y'all skimp on each other. You know, the men, that's where the rewards and the resources and the benefits and the action and the lights and the camera and the attention is. A woman ain't got use. Boy, you saw that big one. Fun. A woman ain't got no use for another woman. None. That's why the only one who can halfway keep her weight down is the one who's trying to be a reformed hoe and losing. All these females around you, the only thing what I'm saying, brother, is that women, and it comes to Ariana Davis. Why is it these chicks are so big? Oh boy, Ariana, are you in the lineup? Oh, is Ariana really in the lineup? Oh, I think she is. There she is. I think with the long ponytail, with the long stockings there. I'm sorry, with the long ponytails on her there. I'm like, oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and see if I can check that out right quick. See if I can get her up here because I'm like, oh, boy. Yeah, is that her right there? The second one to Lizzo's left. On the right side of the screen, second one to Lizzo's left. Yeah, I think that's her.
I think so.
So instead of her becoming a healthy individual, because her exterior is a reflection of her interior is in turmoil, is in crisis, she's trying to avoid positive male attention. And in the process, she thought that she would find positive female attention. And there is no such animal. Women don't want another woman around unless you can give her something. Another woman don't really want to be your pal like that. Women don't want that. Oh, this is a big old mess on the screen. Another woman don't want that. Yeah. That is not what women want. So when you do find a chick who's allowing you to sit up here, you're undesirable by men. What I'm saying is, what use does a woman have for another woman who's completely undesired by men? What use does she have for you? Well, she probably does have a use. It just obviously is not going to be anything reputable. I'll let you have the last word.
And then to add fire to everything, you have that other so-called reform church girl who is so struggling with her over sexuality, and she wants to move on, allegedly, but she's still holding on to all of her, fantasies, to the point where she can't even help herself, but to talk about her desires in front of everybody else. So it's just bleeding off of her that she can barely hold it together. So it's like, how do you survive in an environment like that?
Well, she needs a man in her life, and not religiously. She needs first of all, she needs psychiatric help. Second of all, she needs therapy. I told y'all, I've told you all for years now, you got to watch the little cute throwed off chick. Fellas think if a chick is cute, then everything else is in balance. When I'm telling you now, you got to watch the little cute throwed off chick. You got to watch for signs that she's cute, but she's throwed off. And fellas will be like, well, this will be an easy strike for me. And it's like, okay, now you caught up in the game. Because any fellow who gets with her is going to be dealing with the stew of emotional psychoses. That's what he's going to be dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
So a fella has got to watch out for that environment. He's got to watch out for that when she's showing issues, because you're dealing with, in her case, if this lawsuit is to be believed, you're dealing with personality disorder. Multiple personality disorder. She's one way in one place, one way in another. Ardently, oh boy, this is bad. Oh, take a look on y'all's screen. Oh, isn't this straight from the lawsuit? Ain't this right out of the lawsuit, everyone? Her in these prayer circles. So she is such a religious zealot that she doesn't even have the awareness to be able to stop putting up things that indict her or incriminate her. She is so far over the line that she won't even do that for her own good, for her own survival. She won't even quit doing it. I'm just strolling down her Instagram. What I'm saying is going down her Instagram, you can see all the patterns and practices. Prayer circles. I'm going to talk about this at my job. She is a walking liability. And yet, she's the one who's still with Lizzo. Now, ain't that amazing? So far as I know, I don't think she's been fired yet. So the one that we can prove is on some nonsense is the one still there. So in other words, you can't be around Lizzo if you ain't with it. You can't be.
Yeah.
And she's the proof of that. So fellas got to watch out. Ooh, she light-skinned. Ooh, she thick-dyed. Ooh, she a little cute in the face there. Okay, and then you see emotionally, dude, you can't live with this. You can't live with this. The fella who tries is going to get destroyed. You have to have standards. Well, she's the cutest thing you ever had, and you disregarding everything else. Fellas, you can't take the little cute throwed off chick. You can't. You got to have options. You got to cultivate options, cultivate value so that you have options beyond the little cute throwed off chick. Because cute throwed off chicks go looking for easy targets. And Quigley, according to this lawsuit, and according to some of the things I've seen, I suspect very adept at this. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. We appreciate that. Let me get over here to Zoom. I got Kia on Zoom over here. What's on your line? Oh, what's on your mind, sister?
Hey, everyone. Thank you for having me on. I just wanted to come on here because I see this as a safe space and talk about my just disappointment at women that are just like defending her, I don't know, like I guess I thought that they would look at her and see like, I know what it's like to be picked on by a female boss that is mean, that abuses me, that pressures me, that does subtle things. But I've found myself almost arguing with women online because it seems like they're identifying with her size and their size, and it becomes like, oh, well, she can do nothing wrong. And it's weird because the people that she's harming are other Black women and women of color who are also plus size. So I'm just like, I'm confused at why there doesn't seem to be like,
and
I don't know,
I'm
like
confused.
awareness.
I'm confused that you're confused.
Because,
quite frankly.
Well, like I said, because to me,
You've already answered it. You already answered
because
it. That is the reality.
Identifying with plus size women?
Yes, 2/3. I'm not making up that statistic. That statistic is true. 2/3 of Black women are overweight. Half of those are obese. So, yes, ma'am. When they look at Lizzo, they are looking at themselves, complete with the loudness, the belligerence, the idiocy, the sexual outrageousness because nobody really wants you, and all the other mental and emotional dysfunctions. When they look at Lizzo, they are looking at themselves. Yes, that is the issue, always been the issue, will always be the issue, period. Yes, ma'am. When they look at Lizzo, they're not just looking at somebody that they identify with, they are looking at themselves. And so, unlike you, I assume, they're starting from the position that there's nothing wrong with her, complete with the outrageous behavior. There's nothing wrong. So what you're dealing with is a mental and emotional psychoses on a mass level in society is what you're looking at. But there's one other thing you need to keep in mind also, the thing that you said there at the end. I just wanted to answer your question about if she's doing this with other Black women, doing this with other Black women, and they supporting her, even if she's doing this with other Black women. Baby, do Black women support Black women?
No.
All you have to do is walk into or talk to any Black hairstylist. That is a industry that is 100 million % since the very beginning, since before Madam C.J. Walker. And Black women run that. And yet, As soon as there was a non-black female option available to them, they sprinted to it. And to this day, they've got respect for the Asians and the whites in their stores. They have utter contempt for other black women, to the point that if you are a black woman who's a hairstylist, you better not drive a car that's too nice. You better not have clothes that are too nice. Because the white folk and the Asians, they can hit a black woman up with a $200 tab for getting their hair done, and they'll brag about that. You try that, and you actually know the hair, and they ain't got it falling out and everything. You try to charge that, and they're not going to be like, oh, that's okay. They're going to be like, oh, this old heifer over here overcharging me. It's going to immediately go, it's going to immediately go that you won't get out of the gate. You won't make it any distance whatsoever. The Asians can pull up in their Lexus, in their Mercedes, in their BMW. That's legit. The Asians can pull up in their BMW at their hair care stores, their hair supply stores, where they're overcharging you for everything and whooping your ass with pool cues. They can go ahead and do that. But you try that, and all of a sudden it's, you doing too much, you getting too much. I've seen it my whole damn life. I can show it to you now.
No, and I know all of this. Trust me. This is why I avoid the hairstyle. I just do my own hair, my own nails, lashes. But I guess what confuses me is, again, the victims are also someone that Black women and women of color can identify with. And there's so many of them saying similar things. So, like, I just got kicked out of a group, a nerd group, because they were like, we're not doing any Lizzo posts. And I just literally asked, like, why? Like, people are talking about it. And they were like, we're not going to let people use it as an opportunity to fat shame her. And I'm just like, but she is a fat shamer. Like, I guess I'm not surprised, but I'm also I'm always disappointed when women act just like what the podcast bros say. Like, that is so frustrating to see women just be illogical and just act like they can't see facts. Like, especially with the way they turned on Jonathan Majors. Like, it's multiple women coming out saying the same things about her. And I would just think it would be like a no-brainer. But I had to stop because I had to finish like folding my husband's clothes. But I had to like stop arguing, going back and forth with women like, oh, I realized like you just decided not to see it as it is. Like y'all just have decided to say, okay, this is Lizzo. I don't care what nobody say. She made a song I like that made me feel good about my size, and I just don't care. And I just find that to be like, I don't know. That's the only part I wanted to say, because all day long I've been arguing with people, with women about this, and I knew I could come on here and just say what I wanted to say, because I've been just going back and forth, and it's just been so disheartening, honestly. But that's all I wanted to say.
But like I say, the reason why is because if your mama weighed 300 pounds, they're defending their mammy, they're defending their aunts, they're defending their school teachers. So that's what I mean by this is dysfunction across the board. What is supposed to happen in the human condition, the reason that we have religions, the reason that we have political systems, the reason that we have art, for example. The bodybuilder Mike Mincer once said that art is the whole purpose of art. The reason for art is to show man an idealized version of himself. Now, that can be a daunting task, because when I say ideal, you're thinking perfected. Well, yes, that is what perfection would be. Is perfection possible? No, perfection is not actually possible. Excellence is. And the point of perfection is to be our North Star, to remind us continually of what's the right direction to be going in. You'll never walk to a star. That's never going to happen. But you're always supposed to be walking in that direction, because any other direction is taking you downward. You're degenerating, which is literally for degenerates. So when you realize that, and now you've got a situation where the females across the board have been so disaffected, they've adopted a culture of failing. Adopted one. And I've been saying this now for the longest time, and I'm going to continue to say so and just keep plugging away at it. The females are going to have to start adjusting and replacing their status symbols. You paid $6,000 for a Chanel handbag. Meanwhile, you're a size 22. As if that Chanel bag is enhancing your value, baby.
Priority is all wrong. All wrong.
A size 22 chick makes a Birkin bag look like a trash bag. It's not enhancing you. Putting a bunch of hair on you, it's not enhancing you. That's called delusion. That's called delusion. And we've allowed them to keep going for so long that now the inmates run the asylum. What you were talking about for Facebook groups or whatever. That's the problem with social media. When Mark Zuckerberg and friends started putting together their algorithm for how social media would work and would be superior to MySpace, all it was based on was, let us find people who are like you, because those are people you'll make friends with, and those people you make friends with will keep you on the website longer. These will be your new associates. Here's the problem. You succeeded. Mark Zuckerberg succeeded. But he succeeded in helping make it very easy for people to find other people like themselves. Okay,
yeah, it's the echo chamber, basically. The echo chamber.
It's not the echo chamber issue. You're able to find other people like yourself. That's great and wonderful, but what if you're a loser? And what if we made it very easy for you to surround yourself with hundreds or even thousands of people just like you? And we're not going to make a judgment? Yeah, but what if you are a loser? Because we'll freely admit that we can find groups of people who are sexual deviants and child sexual deviants. Well, yeah, we admit that, but what if you're just a loser in life? You got a screwed up way of seeing things. You're self-destructive. You're dysfunctional. You're uncoachable. You've got terrible habits that you want, self-destructive habits, deconstructive habits, and now you got a Facebook group with 10,000 others of you niggas.
Yeah, body positivity. That's what women. That's the
definition of dysfunction.
Yeah.
That's the definition, the very definition of dysfunctional and corrupted. That's it right there. The other thing I'll tell you is welcome to the world of men, because we have to put up with this every day. Some variation on this every day, that literally everything they do is okay. So what you've got are a bunch of people who don't want to compete. They want to talk, but they don't want to compete. And they put together a strategy of, well, we're not going to allow anyone in that says realities we don't want to hear. Now they do that as a group. It's like, oh, I don't have to hear anything I don't want to? Oh, great. The problem is it doesn't change reality. So when you think about all those factors together, the only thing you can really do is extricate yourself from that environment. That's the only thing you really could do. I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, and no, that's 100% what I have found myself doing in a lot of cases. Like, I still have some female friends or women that I associate with, but I have come across quite a bit of that when I try to branch out, and whether it's online spaces or sometimes in real life, I find like my ideas or my perspective on life. I don't know if it's my age group or the people who've influenced. I'm not really sure, but I find myself interacting with women, and a lot of times, like you said, they have this mentality of, I want a good man, and I want all of this, and he has to pay my bills and take care of me, and I'm all for that. Like, that's what I picked for myself. But I do certain things to maintain that. I'm a certain type of wife because I want a certain type of husband. And a lot of times when you talk to women who are looking for like what I have, or what other women have, or better than what I have, it's this mentality of, well, I don't have to do anything. I should just get it because I'm a woman, or because I'm cute right now, or because, you know, I'm firm and young. And I kind of find that behavior detestable, because it's just not real, and I don't want to even like let those things influence me. So a lot of times, yeah, I don't feel like I have the mindset that is commonly shared right now, especially when it comes to female spaces that deal with dating and level up and all that. Like you think they're talking about positivity and like how to use femininity to create a better life for yourself and to help hold up a man that's going to protect you and do all of that so you can just be a feminine woman. But when you really get into those spaces, a lot of times it's about tricking and deceiving and using like weird stuff that's not sustainable. And yeah, like
it's not weird stuff. These are hoe games. The internet is a place where all of the bastard babies of the last 2 or 3 generations of worn out, whacked out, dysfunctional single moms congregate now. There are no people who actually know what they're talking about. There's very, very few of them. And those who do don't want to hang out in places like that. Because it's one thing when you can make something happen. It's another thing if you're surrounded in a cesspool. Functional people do not want to be in cesspools. You yourself will want to start reevaluating where you spend your time at. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me get caller from, by the way, if I've asked you to call in, that was not a request, that was an order. So if you're not on the line, my mods will remove you. Caller from area code 323, you're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, good evening, big brother Jason. This is brother Elijah calling out of Brooklyn, New York.
All right, brother Elijah, out of Brooklyn, what's on your mind?
Hey, brother, pertaining to tonight's broadcast, 2 years ago, you did something that changed my life forever, and I'm forever grateful to you. You was doing a broadcast about the great Richard Williams. And I called in, and I said some coonish stuff, and you hung up on me, and you asked a very important question. Who are you to criticize Richard Williams or anybody? What are your accomplishments? We fast forward today, and you made a statement, hey, these women have a mothers. Now we look at images like Lizzo. God forbid if one of these weak men impregnate this woman will be somebody's mother. And I would only imagine what she would be teaching the children about her behavior and how it's justified. And then we will have the next generation of fat, flabby, nasty sots running around out here with no direction. All right. Now I have a question for you. Years ago, you had big people perform. We had plenty of them. Fats Domino, Missy Elliott, but they were cool when they was overweight. They were still cool. Heavy D and all of them. When did this fat, nasty, degenerate behavior we start seeing from this woman? When did this era start? That's what I wanted to ask you.
Okay, well, technically speaking, you're going to have to go back to the 60s. You start seeing it germinate its way then. When you start seeing the subtle things happening, yes, I'm going to put it on Aretha. Sir. I'm going to put it on Aretha and say, when you start hearing those things about R-E-S-B-E-C-T, sounds innocuous enough. What I'm saying is it's the beginning of an attitude change. See, because here's the issue. When you think about male love songs to females today, it used to be that the male love songs and the female love songs were synonymous. Look it up. Yes, it used to be that the male love songs and the female love songs were the same. They were similar. They basically were saying the same thing to each other. We went from You Make Me Feel Like a Natural Woman to R-E-S-P-E-C-T to this old no good, I can forgive, but I can't forget. I mean, and that's all from Aretha Franklin. And I'm just giving one stream of consciousness there. What I'm saying is that at the time, it seemed to be minor. Then again, all diseases that always start off looking innocuous. It's always one minor change that really only blips on the radar, but then eventually it starts precipitating. And it starts metastasizing. So next thing you know, we went from the women and the men singing songs about mutual need and mutual desire for each other to eventually we get to a point where the males are begging because they did something wrong, and the females no longer make positive songs about men. I've talked about that years ago. The female, quote, love songs today are only about what men have done wrong. Now, that used to only be the domain of the blues.
Yes, sir.
It used to be that was solely the domain of the blues. Today, that is female music. When's the last song you heard put out by Beyonce or somebody else that was a hit that was strictly about how well things were going? That this is right, this is the right man. Like I say, like Salt and Pepper's What a Man. When's the last time we...
Yes, sir.
That's over 20 years ago. When's the last time we saw something like that? And we don't. So let me just be very clear. The men are not running the women down, with the sole exception of some rap music. If we can get some of our immigrant brothers and sisters to stop some of the nonsense, with the exception of some rap music, that's the only place you can find a domain where the men are not as gentlemanly as they should be. For the females, it's across the board. Rap, R&B,
Yes, sir.
pop, you name it. They have nothing good to say about the men. It's all demonic and demonizing and denigrating and dehumanizing. It's everything negative where men are concerned. We don't have
Yes, sir.
anything good out there now. Nothing. And that's a problem.
Yes, sir.
So it started back then. You start seeing it go through the 70s. It starts picking up steam. And of course, this is what the music studios and the music labels have been funding. It's been a decades-long labor. Couldn't do it all in one day. It wouldn't have worked.
Yes, sir.
But decades later, you have succeeded in flipping and turning the music. And now you no longer have to cherry pick them. They'll come to you like that with the expectation, well, this is what sells. No, this is what they promote. That's what they sell.
Yes, sir.
It's not that this is what sells. This is what they promote. So that's where it comes from.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very
Yes.
much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. It's not that this is what the people want. This is what the record companies are selling. And this was an investment in de-empowering black people, in changing the culture. What do? You're 13, 14% of the population, and yet a whole part of your nation's gross domestic product is focused on corrupting your image and dealing with each other. It's focused on that. In the chat room, Unseen Reality, no, we cannot say that it begins with the quote single mothers, because you still had a majority of single fathers in the home at the time, which is why I've always reminded you all, you got to watch out for these old niggas. The civil rights generation, the fellas before our generation, you got to watch out. Those were a bunch of old bastard, backless, spineless simps. And today they're doing the same thing. And by the way, I'm gearing up for a broadcast where we're going to discuss this paying all a woman's bills being what qualifies her to be your woman or your wife. Fellas, it's the year 2023. What in the hell is she doing that is worth you paying all the bills? Had this jackalope on my timeline. It seems like every other day now I'm running into this exploitation fantasy that a man needs to pay all your bills. And what are you doing that's equivalent to a man taking on all the financial burden and alleviating you of it? So he's working for two people. What are you giving him that's the equivalent of that? Well, I cook sometimes. I clean. You mean the washing machine cleans? You mean that? It ain't like you're like our grandmothers using a washing board. I give him sex. No, you give each other sex, because you shouldn't be getting into bed with someone that you don't want to have sex with. That's not you giving him a gift. Y'all are trying the damn Jedi mind trick. You're not giving him a gift by having sex. And if you see sex as a gift, well, I don't really want to have sex with him. Really? Well, that's not the impression that he's under. He's under the impression you really want to be here. I'm starting on something here new. Fellas, I'm making an announcement right here on tonight's program for you all here. I really should do this on Patreon, but I'm going to announce it here tonight. I'm announcing tonight that one of my new philosophies I'm going to invoke, because the fellas need to have something very simple to refer to. The new philosophy I'm invoking for you fellas is the photograph, or as I like to call it, take a picture. The next time that the female tells you, remember that big fat warthog called in here last week talking about what the women bring is more than what the men bring? And I asked her, okay, what do the women bring? And she said, love, attention, caring, stability, all these vague terms that don't actually mean anything, all these intangibles. What does she want from the man? Oh, everything got to be tangibles. I need protection. That's a tangible. Financing. That's a tangible. Repair, that's a tangible. Sex, that's a tangible. So fellas, if a female tells you that she's giving you something, very simple way to determine if what you're getting is real. Tell her to take a photograph. Tell her, I want you to take a picture. Because I can take a picture of the bills and the rent being paid. I can take a picture of the car out front. I can take a picture of me lifting weights and doing gun training and doing knife training to defend you. I can take a picture of that. All this other stuff you talking about, go take a picture so I can see the quality of it. Oh, fellas, I'm about to break the damn internet in your houses and your wives, and your mama and your father about to be fighting. Take a picture. Tell her that anything she claims she's doing for you that is of equal value, tell her that's perfectly fine. I need a picture. Just take a picture. I want to see a picture of it. I'm providing you stability. You provide me stability sitting here talking? That's stability? What the hell? And by the way, what the hell is that? Stability. What would be instability? Well, the rest of the world's messing with you and I give you stability. Okay, show me. I need a picture. I need a picture of you actually providing, not saying you're giving. I need a picture that confirms, yes, stability received. I need that. I need that. Man, tomorrow on Patreon, for my patrons, I ain't gonna say this, it's only if you all really mean this. What I'm about to give you all tomorrow is going to be concrete game. It's gonna be just that heavy. It's gonna be concrete game. Jason, what you talking about? This cleaning thing. This cleaning thing that the women speak of. That the women, that in exchange for you paying all the bills, she's an expert at cleaning. I want my folks on the Patreon. We're going to find out. You're going to get something from me tomorrow. I want to give you all one of my rules for when they start talking about cooking and cleaning. Just say, hey, Jason, you said you was going to give us one of your special rules or requirements for cooking and cleaning to find out if it's real. Tomorrow on Patreon. You all remind me of that one. Tomorrow on Patreon, you're going to get an exclusive. You're going to get an exclusive tomorrow that's going to forever change the conversation. Y'all, when I coined the phrase wife material, now everybody and their mama says wife material. They got it from me over a decade ago. Now everyone says wife material. Now everyone says that. Now people are starting to talk about paying tribute. Your old high value gurus did not tell you what that really was. Now somebody has to explain the whole business to you. Now more people are talking about paying tribute. Oh, we're going to stay on that until the whole damn world is saying it. We're going to discuss a woman. If you're with a man who is a quality male and you with a man who is valuable and you're with a man who's a producer, you got to pay tribute. What you talking about riding for free? You have to pay tribute. What in the hell going on? He pays all the bills. If you got a little ass job, okay, 25% of that need to be coming back tribute on account of the fact that you appreciate what the hell you got. We don't need no damn prima donnas. And for you fellas who allow that to go on, okay, well, as long as you sitting here, yeah, you the guy picking up them homeless chicks in San Francisco. Fellas, you have to insist on that from the very beginning. You got to say it with your chest out. Look here, hey, tribute. Tribute? What is that? The fellas, deal with that from the very beginning. Do you believe that a man is supposed to spend money on you and you spend nothing on him? That you spend your money on what you want and he spends his money on you and you spend your money on what you want. And there is no requirement. I said the word requirement. Fellas, y'all got to remember that. Now, I'm not a big birthdays person, but I'm saying if your birthday coming up and she ain't at least tried to do something, there's a problem. If she hasn't tried to pay for a trip, there's a problem. And if she's telling you that her contribution is all intangibles, time for a new chick, or tell her, look here, I've reevaluated you, side chick position. Yeah, if all your contributions are going to be intangible, jump off position. Not even side chick. Even the side chicks got to pay tribute. Even side chicks got to pay tribute. Even side chicks must pay tribute. Some of the women like, ooh, hell, we don't like that. Ladies, it's catching on like wildfire. I'm just letting you know right now, it's catching on like wildfire. Paying tribute is going to be the way going forward. Nobody wants to be like your granddaddy. Ladies, let me just tell y'all right now, tonight, fellas, if I'm lying, if I'm telling the truth, fellas, give me the fire emoji in the chat room. This generation of men, us, we don't want to be like your granddaddy or your daddy. We don't want to overpay for somebody's worn out ass STD ridden baby mama sitting there in San Francisco on the street corner. We ain't trying to do that. We're not trying to overpay for some damn religious zealot. We're not trying to do that. We don't want to compete with your granddaddy and your father. We're not competing with them. Back then, a house cost $3,000. Today, that bastard costs $350,000. We don't want to be your daddy. None of us are sitting here tonight trying to figure out how we can be like your father or your grandfather. None of us. None of us. None of us are adopting that as a code of conduct. On account of the fact that you're telling us, fellas, I want you to think about this one thing for a moment. I know I got a little bit off here tonight. We're going to bring it back home in a minute. But I want you guys to think about this for just a few moments here. I'll put this on Facebook. If your granddaddy's house costs $3,000 and the one you're paying for today costs $300,000, do you realize that you're being asked to do 100 times the work that your grandfather did? Do you realize that, fellas? While they're trying to tell you that you're less of a man and less masculine and less manly, you have to work 100 times more than your grandfather did to buy the same, well, it's not even the same house, because what you got to buy today is way better. He bought some wooden shotgun house. You got to buy some little McMansion with a pool and a back patio and all this mess in a premier neighborhood. Nobody's trying to be for a female who is half what your grandmother was. Half the lady your grandmother was. And I'm going to say this here tonight. Ladies, tonight, being a lady is a requisite. That's a given. You can no longer say you want a man to pay all your bills and all you bring is ladylike demeanor. Excuse me, being ladylike is ground floor. That's the cover charge. You supposed to have that standard. That's not an extra. That's a requirement. What else you got? This day and age of I need to be living rent-free and I need to have a spending budget and the man pays all the bills. Oh, pay all the bills for what? Well, I'm a nice, polite female. What the hell you talking about? I'm a nice, polite female. Like that's some kind of extra special thing. You go $500,000 in debt and what you get is a nice, polite female who's going to give you sex? What? Fellas, y'all got to stop lowballing yourselves now. Y'all got to stop lowballing yourselves. The women have raised the price across the board, and meanwhile, the fellas' wages have remained stagnant. Fellas, you getting the same damn thing. I can't even say you're getting the same thing your grandfather was getting, but technically speaking, you're not getting more than he was getting. The women are getting much more. Take a look at your grandmama's house, then take a look at the one your woman wants to buy. Oh, fellas, you ain't gonna like this? Take a look at the house your grandmother was in, then take a look at the house your woman wants you to buy for her. Take a look at the car your grandmother drove. Now take a look at the car your woman wants you to buy for her. Take a look at the most expensive purse that your grandmother had. Oh, hell, that's a mic drop right there when you think about it. Damn! In the chat room, Kelly, I can cook. Baby, that's not equivalent to getting the bills paid. You can cook, and your man can clean. And that's not equivalent. That is grossly, horrendously out of balance. Baby, you acting like that's some major prize. First of all, how long does it take to cook a meal? Less than an hour. So let me get this straight. This man has to work for 8, 9, 10 hours a day. You only got to work 2 or 3 and then sit on your ass for the rest of it. You work too. Kelly, you're supposed to work. You're a grown woman.
And deal with it, nigga.
Y'all supposed to work. Your grandmamas worked. Your mothers worked. That's another thing right there I'm going to talk about when I do the tribute program. All these heifers today, you 20 years old, those of us who are going on 50 and 56 years old, 50 or 60 years old, so you're telling us that your mama from the 1990s who grew up with us, that she was sitting at home, that she was a stay-at-home mom? Fellas, we ain't seen no stay-at-home mom since the 80s. Since the 70s, and they weren't stay-at-home moms then either. You talking about the white women. There was one black chick who was with one black dude you knew somewhere, and she was a stay-at-home mom. All the rest of them had jobs. All the rest of them worked. And you got some millennial babies from the late 80s or 90s trying to tell all of us that the chicks we grew up with in the 90s, that all of them were stay-at-home moms and all of us were paying all the bills while they sit around. They getting over on these young dudes. They straight up lying to them. Baby, you a grown woman. You supposed to work. That's what you got hands for. You're supposed to work. You're supposed to be employed. That's not a plus. That's not nothing special. You supposed to work. What the hell you supposed to do? When you were 20 years old, you were proud to work. When you were 20 years old, you was happy to work. And if a man told you don't work, you don't tell me what to do. Now you getting them damn canker sores and bunions and corns on your feet and your nails. And now you want to sit up here after 20 years of resistance and cash out. Hell no, you supposed to work. You're supposed to work. And one more thing, if you was Michael B. Jordan's woman, you'd be honored to work for him, and you'd be the most feminine damn thing up in here. I take care of my man. You sure right. So if you do it for Michael, you damn right you're going to do it for us. You damn right you're going to do it for us. No. Fellas, this is the new way forward. I know I just ran off some women in here. My numbers went down. They didn't like to hear this. They're like, damn, Jason went off in a different direction. This was going to be going forward. Ladies, none of us want to compete with your grandfather for that fantasy world that doesn't exist. We have to work 100 times harder, and I just proved it to you, and that's just the house. I ain't counting the car. I'm not counting vacations. I'm not counting the cost of taking care of kids. It's $300,000. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? $300,000 a head. That's a mortgage. Why are you telling us we ain't got to do? Why are you telling us what you don't have to do? All the burdens that we got to carry have been getting heavier by the year, and yet the females, like, their burdens need to be reduced to 0. So the men need to carry a burden that's 100 times what his grandfather carried, but the women's burdens get to be zeroed out. Not only do their burdens get to be zeroed out, they get to live like the top 5%. Fellas, y'all better stop pandering for panties and being desperate for sex. Because the truth of the matter is that most of these females realize you were raised by single moms, you're awkward as hell, you desperate as hell. Many of you are following after the baby boomer civil rights generation. Them civil rights niggas are still out here overpaying. Why do you think, what's her name, Rita, who I was reading the Riot Act last week, why the hell you think a 37-year-old need to go find a guy 20 or 30 years older? Well, yeah, that's the civil rights generation. Yeah, them cats, they still overpaying. Our generation ain't overpaying anymore. Our generation is no longer overpaying. And we don't see your grandfather as an example of masculinity that we want to imitate or emulate. I don't want to be but like your simp-ass granddaddy. He's not someone I would respect. He's not someone I would admire or look up to. The way he ran his house isn't anything I would want. I don't want to be a bootlicking ass kisser. Your grandpappy had access to one female who may have been an inequality, and I'm 100 times his value. He ain't got nothing for me. Caller from area code 210. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Good evening, Jason. This is Tony from San Antonio.
Tony from San Antonio. What's on your mind?
Well, a couple of things. From what you were talking about before about what our grandfathers and what our fathers did versus what we did. One thing that made me think about was thinking about both my grandfathers is they both retired in their late 40s and lived the remaining years of their life pretty much like with being able to retire at that age.
Well, yeah, they actually had a job that paid them a pension. You see, before your grandparents and your parents set up here and gutted the industrial sector and let their jobs be outsourced because they didn't stand up to keep the jobs here, and they voted for politicians who allowed it to become a super highway out of the nation. Yeah, they sold off your future. They had secured theirs and sold off your future. They were given a pension, and that they still have. You were given a 401k that you have to pray to God you can keep fully funded. They get a pension, you got a 401k. And that's what you got now.
Yes, sir. There's another thing that also is pretty funny in that same degree, too. My father, who's still alive and is 70 now, he always gets on me and like always kind of low-key brags, like it's almost like he's kind of like being a little passive-aggressive with me, but he always talks about how, well, when I was 29, I bought my first house and this and that, and I was already married, I had this and that, because I was like, well, Dad, I was like, that was in the late 70s, when a house was like, I think, $150, $50,000 or something.
Okay, well, I got three questions there. I mean, first of all, you're on the right track. You guys just can't be slow and recessive about saying this. How much did the house cost back then, Dad? Mic drop. How much were you making per hour back then? Mic drop. How much did a can of Coke cost? Now, that's the one you all really need to say. Hey, Dad, by the way, when you were my age, how much was a can of Coca-Cola? How much was a loaf of bread, and how much was a gallon of gas when you were my age? And then you can do an apples-to-apples comparison between what he was being paid an hour and what a gallon of gas cost. And you'll realize that the gallon of gas you cost today took up way more of your income than it did of his. Way more. Even though he was getting paid fewer dollars, the dollar was stronger back then. So you guys got to know to just ask the right questions. Once you had the conversation shut down, one more thing. You say he was married in his 20s. Is he still married now?
Yes, he's been married to my mom all this years, and they're still together. But there's been I had a couple other problematic things. One of the things you were talking about as well, as far as like the pension and 401k and things like that. When I talked to my dad about that, like growing up, all he used to always say was, "Oh, it was Republicans, it was Ronald Reagan, it was this and that." But I was like, "Well," and it's like you got, and he always try to throw it on my generation and that we're so uninformed, we don't know anything and this and that. But I was like, wait a second, I wasn't born in the Reagan administration.
That's why you all have to research that and be aware of it so that you can't be lied to. Here's the only thing you have to tell your dad. By the way, Dad, were you a member of a union? Yeah. Did you ever go on strike?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
He
that's
was a
I
member of
know.
a union.
Well, I said
Also, another
he was a
thing
member
too,
of a union. Yeah, they're a member of a union, but did they go on strike? Is the question, sir. This is what I'm saying. You guys are kind of slow. You're kind of slow. Was he a member of a union? Yes, he was. Did he go on strike? Is the question. Because you see, when you go on strike, that's when you're telling people what's going to happen going forward. Most of them fellas, all they did was just sit on the ass at the plant and take their occasional raises and watch as the companies were gutting the plants. Back in the 80s, for example, Michael Moore had a great documentary. You all can go check it out. It was I want to say it was his second one. I think the big one was the first one, although I might be wrong. I always get this one messed up, whether Roger and Me was the first one or the big one was the first one. I think Roger and Me might have been the first one. But it was about Roger Smith, who at the time was the CEO of General Motors, when he closed the General Motors plant in Flint, Michigan, which is where Michael Moore's hometown is.
That's where he's from. Yeah,
well, yeah, my point is, though, is that in the movie Roger and Me, he's talking about when that happened. Now, here was the problem. The UAW should have gone nuclear back then. That's my point. What they doing in the streets of France tonight and all these other places, they should have got turned up like that. The UAW and the AFL-CIO and the rest of them. That's what was supposed to happen. Communication Workers of America. That's what was supposed to happen with them. They were supposed to be getting turned up and say, hey, we are not going to allow the company to gut our future. That's what the German unions do. You want to know why it is that German workers get paid what they're supposed to? Go take a look at what their unions do. The only plants that are outside of Germany are the ones that are intended for the purposes of getting around import tariffs. That's why you have the Mercedes plant in Alabama that builds the Maybach GLS. It builds the GLS and the Maybach GLS 600. Okay, but meanwhile, the real stuff that makes the real money, that's made in Germany. The G-Wagon, that's hand-built in Germany. So what I'm saying is they did the work to protect what they have. And they've done it across the board. Meanwhile, over here, you had a bunch of old bastards who were looking to get turned up, and they're still looking to do the same damn thing today. Same damn thing. They haven't changed. Has there been government chicanery? Absolutely, but let's be very, very clear. Yo daddy was voting for it. Because as long as he was slamming Cadillac doors and wearing them big feather hats, he didn't have a problem with that. Far as he was like the rest of them. Well, that'll be your issue to deal with. I ain't got to deal with it. As long as my job is good where I'm at, I'm good here. My job is okay. I ain't got. Meanwhile, your dad couldn't tell you what a 401k is or how to deal with it. He couldn't tell you what it is. So you all got to know that. He's got a pension. You got a 401k. Hey, Dad, what was your 401k like? See, that's how y'all shut that down. Not sitting up here fumbling and stumbling over your words. You know what the hell is going on. If you hadn't looked up what was going on in the 80s, you need to. It's not very hard. You have the internet at your fingertips. Ignorance today is not a condition, it's a choice. But the bottom line is the labor unions, when they saw the companies gutting these jobs, when they saw the companies gutting these plants, when outsourcing started back in the 80s, most of you weren't even born by then. Outsourcing started back in the 80s. Truth be told, it started the decline of the American automotive industry, and that's just one example. The decline of the American automotive industry actually
70s.
started, in the 50s.
Oh.
Truth be told, the decline of the American automotive industry actually dates back to the late 50s and was kicking off into gear in the 60s. Remember, by that time, you're starting to have newcomers show up, like everything else. So we don't start getting our Asian imports and stuff until after World War II. And remember, that was over in the 40s. So we don't start getting the imports until then. So what I'm saying is, y'all need to, this is all very basic history. It's really a choice if you don't know it. There's videos all over YouTube. It's at your fingertips. You can at least get somebody who'll get it started for you and just do the rest from there. You can't afford to be ignorant about this because people are sitting up here lying on your condition and you don't even know how to defend yourself. You don't even know how to defend yourself. So right now, y'all got to understand that was just the American automotive industry. We start seeing the decline of telecommunications by the time we get to the 70s and 80s. Yeah, they had a monopoly, but it wasn't a monopoly that was benefiting the workers. The CEOs are skimming it off to begin with. Now here, you're stuck with it. And then they start closing the plants, deconsolidating as much as they can, and monopolizing as much as they can only for those at the top. Now you got cellular phone networks that don't really do a whole lot for you as far as workers. You don't have line workers like that anymore, not for that. You got fiber optic for that, and that's all. So what I'm saying is that your generation needs to be aware of this. So when folks start saying nonsense to you, you know what the hell the problem is. Your daddy had a pension. Why is it you don't have one? Because them asses sat down. Once whoever was left, what the companies did was every year they would do a little job cut and a little job cut and a little job cut. And what would happen is that over the decades, they would go to one or two strategies. They would go job cuts, and then they would either, when the economy recovered, they simply wouldn't rehire. If they did open a new plant, they didn't open it in America. Well, you're supposed to be doing things about that to disincentivize that. But that didn't happen. Well, yeah, because he's like, as long as he got to lay up with your mom and pretend that he was a big shot getting a damn pension when all he's got is a minor middle class job, he just wants to sit up here and brag over that. Now he's trying to brag to his son about accomplishments that he doesn't even have. You young men need to be aware of that. Oh. Stop letting folks sit up here and take your dignity from you because you can't be bothered to go checking. Let me go checking this. So just in case this subject comes up again. And then the economics of it. If you got a hunch about those things, you need to dig into it further so you have all your facts. It isn't hard. Being intellectually and emotionally lazy, all that does is leave folks like him in charge. Thank you very much for giving us a call. You can't fight somebody when you don't even know what you're fighting. Caller from area code 901, you're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
I'm Jay from Queens.
Jay from Queens, what's on your mind?
It's a lot, bro. I've been listening. It's a lot. I could take it a lot of different ways. But I want to go back to like the Lizzo situation, if I may.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. So the big girl thing, type of thing, I experienced that in my life, like the big girls. I'm being politically correct when I say big girls. They're mean. They're mean as hell.
Okay. Well, I think that says it all. Thank you very much for giving us a call. You called in to say, Jason, they're mean. I understand. I feel your pain. Caller from area code 469, you're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Thomas calling from Dallas, Texas.
Thomas from Dallas, what's on your mind?
Yeah, Jason, I was just thinking about these females need to go talk to Stacey Dash. I mean, she thought she can cash in her looks as long as she could, and then when the looks ran out, I mean, she's back to the hood, and that's what a lot of females are running into. They think they looks are going to carry them all the way to the promised land, and they figure out that hey, it takes more than that this day and time. I mean, you ain't fit to. I don't care how fine you are, you got to come to the table with more than just your looks or sex or any of that, you know. So, yeah, she figured out the hard way that she found out the hard way that, okay, this didn't work out like I thought it was. Even Robin Givens, same way. All the women that thought they can just ride their so-called looks, they struggling. So, yeah, I mean, females got to make some changes, man, and this Lizzo situation, man, if she invites you to the party, you better bring your own Vaseline, man, because she ain't playing with you. I mean, she's grabbing up band members and anybody she can get to do whatever. Because that banana in the tailpipe trick, I'd have been out, man. I mean, I don't know what type of money
that's
she's paying
hazing.
These people, man, but I'd have been.
That is hazing. If these allegations are true, and it's Lizzo, so I find it very easy to believe, brother, that the simple word for that is hazing. You join Lizzo, and she's hazing dudes. She's hazing chicks. I mean, she coming with the big, broad, burly man energy. She's hazing people over there. And this is par for the course. How could this be going on all these years? Think about this for a few moments here. If this occurred the way that the lawsuit says, you realize this has been happening around the world. Europe, Australia, Britain. So they've been doing this for the past 2-3 years, and we're just now hearing about this through a lawsuit. Nobody leaked it. Nobody started a rumor. Nobody said, hey, you know, this is what they do on Lizzo's tour. Do you notice nobody said that? All these years now is years, and she's doing this in public places, by the way. Or at least places that are open to the public. She's up there. I mean, she's getting down in public places like that, and nothing's being said. Dude, this is how strong a system you up against. That she can be sitting in a well-known nudie bar in 2 different countries, and ain't nobody said nothing. No one she worked with, no one in security, no one in management, no one in attendance at these places. Even the folks in the audience, nobody said anything. All these years later, no one said anything. That only means one of 2 things. Either it never happened, either it actually didn't occur, or this is how on code they are, man. I'll let you have the last word.
Because you think about the dancers, they didn't complain until their job was on the line. Because man, if I go to the club with somebody and that pops off, I'm out. That's when it's time that the concert is over. The bodyguard was sitting up to let that happen too. Man, like you said, what kind of money? That's crazy.
No, the dancers.
No way in hell I'm fit to sit there and listen.
The dancers didn't have an issue until the money got cut off, or until they started hitting up for more money. Before then, they was just rolling with it. They didn't come to loggerheads until the money started drying up. Then it becomes a problem. All this stuff they was living with all this time and watching all this time. I mean, you and I both know, brother, you ain't required to go to some party where folks gonna be running around naked. If you know this, we're going, yeah, I'm good with that. Well, I thought that if I didn't go, then I might not get special treatment. Okay, do you really want to be? If this is the cost of getting special treatment, are these the people you want to work around and be with? Because I'm just telling you right now, the first time I show up at a place and a dude walking out straight out buck naked, I'm like, okay, this is not the job for me. Yeah, the rest of y'all, I'm sure you get a lot of satisfaction. This ain't the job. Let me put in my little application in Circuit City. Yes, I understand. Circuit City's not there. No, I get it. Thank you very much for giving us a call here. Nice. Some folks be like, Jason, you think you're so smart. Circuit City bankrupt years ago. Okay. I'm putting in my application at Kohl's right now. I'm like, okay. As soon as I show up at the club, Lizzo got her big ass up there with a dude clapping his butt cheeks. Oh, I'm tendering. Jason, we ain't supposed to have no phones here. We don't want you taking pictures. I ain't taking pictures. What you doing? I'm typing out my damn resignation. Can't you tell? Can't you tell? Oh, don't worry. I'm texting you my resignation right now. How do I spell I quit? Okay, this is y'all's kind of party. This is not my kind of party. It ain't mine. No. I don't give it. We'll give you a raise, baby. Ain't a raise big enough in the world for this? There's not a raise big enough in the world. Okay, you can pay me, but from here on in, I'm staying at the office. Baby, there's not a raise big enough in the world you can give me the offset with the hell I see going up on the stage. Hell no. Call from area code 313. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, how you doing, Mr. Jason?
What is your name? Where are you calling from?
Detroit, Michigan. Mr. L.
Okay, Mr. L from Detroit, Michigan. Apropos named. And what is on your mind?
I just have a quick question. You know, I just separated from my wife, and she was a big girl. My question to you and to everybody else, Why are big girls so confident?
Because dudes like you keep stopping to give them the time of day. And I mean that the way I said it. If you guys acted like the rest of us and they were invisible to you, they wouldn't be walking around acting like that. But as long as she can get her a piece of a dreg of a scrap of a male, she's going to tell the world she winning. So that's the reason why. If you had responded the way the rest of us do, she wouldn't have any confidence to be walking around with. So yes, it's a lie, and yes, it's fabricated, and yes, it's delusional, but it does contain a kernel of truth. You're there. And if she was able to get you, then she believes that we're all lying when she says she can't get a man. Well, I was with his L's bummy ass up in Detroit. I was up there with him, so you lying. You ain't gonna steal my joy. And that's literally what it is. So if you responded like the rest of us, that'd be different. But there's enough dudes out there of low means, low intellect, low accomplishment, low values, low aspirations, that you're looking at yourself in the mirror, you're looking at her next to you and saying, this is an adequate representative of me. Does that explain it for you?
Yeah, it's not. And everything you said is totally true. And it's like, I ignore all of them now. It's like, no, I can't do that. No.
I ignore all of them now. Here's the problem. How many of them did you not ignore, sir? Wow, the number is that big?
What? No. I ignore chicks on the regular now.
That wasn't what I said, sir. How many fat chicks did you take up relationships with?
This would be the first one.
I don't believe that. I don't think that's true, sir.
Believe it or not, this is the first one.
I don't think that's true.
And
thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. No, not at all. That's the one he wants to claim. Ooh, I didn't know you were going to ask me that. Oh, that was the only one. I ain't never fooled with another one right there. Notice he said fat chicks, plural. Stop it, dude. Call from area code 443. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Jason. Brother Craig from Baltimore. How you doing this evening?
Hi, Brother Craig from Baltimore. What's on your mind?
Good. Hey, just backtracking from your previous call when you were talking about our fathers and grandfathers coming up in the work. The one industry that's really gotten hit, and hey, they just showed their downfall today was the trucking industry, because Yellow just filed bankruptcy and they just let go 30,000 workers, and that included their pensions, and they are all part of the Teamsters Union.
I agree.
I guess you heard about that.
I agree.
Yeah. Now,
once again, like I say, it's unfortunate, but these are things that really the Teamsters and everybody else, they should have been on top. First of all, the Teamsters have never been the same since Hoffa. That's the first problem. But the time to be dealing with this was decades ago. You can't jump up in the 21st century and decide for certain things. For example, to have people on the boards of these companies, you should have a union representative. And to be totally honest, you should have two. In my opinion, 1/3 to half the board members should be union reps. Y'all should be able to take a look at the books. You should be able to take a look at the finances. You should be able to see everything, so that you know exactly what's going on with the company itself, specifically and precisely to avoid something like this. But if the problem is the trucking industry is unfortunately dominated by a bunch of guys who really just want to shut up and drive. They just want to shut up and dribble.
Basically.
So because you haven't been able to get them to think like bosses, they're not acting like bosses. They're acting like worker bees.
True.
That's the problem with the trucking industry. I can't get them to stop seeing themselves as truckers. They want to be drivers, but they don't want to be owners.
And if you remember back in the 70s, two movies that inspired the trucking industry and the power they have: Chris Christopherson in Convoy and Jan Michael Vincent in White Line Fever.
Oh, folks don't remember that. Convoy.
Oh
That's
man, that was
an old one.
Yeah, that was the movie. Remember,
That is
Chris
an old. Yeah,
Christopherson. A lot of people
if
sleep.
dudes have never, if y'all have never seen Convoy, it's an old one. It came on ABC. That's an old one. But if you all can, for you younger folks, I recommend Convoy. Convoy is one of those movies that, wow, you got to see it to believe it. But definitely, yeah, you're absolutely right. Convoy did for the trucking industry in many ways what Knight Rider did for sports cars in the 80s.
And Jan Michael
there's a lot
Vincent
to
in
it.
White Line Fever.
Like I say, brother, the spirit of this was missing. You had guys back there who understood what they were doing. The whole point of the unions, and yes, I know it goes back to slavery, but the whole point of the unions was to protect their jobs. That was the whole point of it, was to protect their jobs and not allow their jobs to be liquidated. That was the whole point of it, so that there would actually be a ceiling. Without unions, it becomes a race to the bottom. That's what it becomes. The companies are all aligned against the workers. So without the unions, it just becomes a giant race to the bottom.
There you go. And another, and by the way, be on the lookout because we're going to be in trouble real soon. Joe Biden just appointed Martin O'Malley nominee for commissioner of the Social Security Administration. We know we're screwed.
Well, I mean, we're already kind of screwed right now. I mean, between him and DeSantis, you got a lot of problems. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get called from area code 504. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Good evening, Jason. This is G from New Orleans.
All right, G from New Orleans. What's on your mind?
Good evening, brother. Great broadcast as always. I just got a question and comment. Do you think this is an example of what's going on with Lizzo of Hollywood just being tired of its broken tools?
Well, not exactly, because I don't expect Lizzo to suffer any lingering consequences of this. I don't think there's going to be any lingering consequences. It all looks kind of weird. Now, because here's the problem. First of all, you'd have to get her fan base to care, because it would be different if this was a criminal situation, but that's not what it is. So because this is not a criminal situation, the real thing is you're going to have to get her fan base to care about it. Now, if these women start doing a media tour, and they would have to do two things. They would have to have concrete evidence that they can prove that substantiates what they're saying. Something that we can see and pass around on social media. They'd have to do that. Plus, they would have to go on a media tour to promote it. Now, if those two things came together, and of course, if the video was sufficiently, inciting enough and inflammatory enough, well, yeah, then you could see that change. Like, for example, if you see Lizzo's great big bibbity bobbity ass sitting up here on stage, hey, take it off, and telling the fella to drop his drawers, and, hey, look here, smack, smack, smack on his rear end. I mean, now if folks saw that in video, they'd be like, oh yeah, prop, especially with them telling you that was not voluntary. Well, yeah, of course, that would offend and shock the sensibilities of anybody. Of course it would. Here's the problem. Do you think Lizzo's going to say that? Because if you don't have it on video, you'd have to get Lizzo to admit that she did that. And I'm just saying, do you really think that's going to occur? Absent that, I don't see how you make this stick. So, because you got to get the fans to care about it first. You got to get it to make it stick. Here's the other issue. What's her real incentive not to just settle with him and pay it off? Now, I want you all to understand how settlements work, okay? There are a lot of you who do not understand how settlements really work. All right?
Right.
So let me go ahead and explain to you all how settlements actually work. Because a lot of you are under misconceptions about how a real settlement works. I ain't talking about that old insurance company settlement you got from that time you got rear-ended back in 92. I'm talking about a real settlement in a case like this. Let's just say you sue somebody and they got real resources. They got real lawyers. And I've been in a few scrapes like that. So what will happen is you're going to have to get your evidence together. Your lawyers are not thinking about this case the way you are. That's the first thing you need to understand. Well, Jason, what do you mean by that? What I mean by that is that your ability to pay them by the hour does not determine whether or not they want to take your case. When a lawyer in a civil suit takes a case, they've already got it in their minds how it's going to end. So you're going to have to get a lawyer who is determined to, if your goal is to see this all the way through court to trial to jury to judgment and not a settlement, you're going to have to make sure you have a lawyer that you two are on the same page about that when you begin. I was watching a story here earlier today about a black woman. She was with her daughter. They got an $8 million settlement from Alameda Sheriff's Department because they were at a Starbucks and police yanked them out the car and all this stuff because you've been sitting here so long and what you doing and all this old stuff. So it turns out that Alameda wanted to settle with them for $700,000, but they were like, but by the time they wanted to settle, it was 4 years later and the legal fees were over $1 million. Their attorney did not want to settle the case. Now there's the key to it. Their attorney didn't want to settle the case. And because he didn't want, no, it's not problematic. Their attorney, by the time Alameda wanted to give them $700,000, the fees were over $1 million. The attorney could have just settled the case, because unfortunately, you're not in charge of filing these things. Your attorney is, and if your attorney files something you don't want them to, it's very hard to get them to sue another attorney. It's very, very hard. Attorneys don't like to sue other attorneys. So what I'm saying is that when this happened, the attorney didn't want to settle the case. That was a good thing, because they wanted to offer them $800,000. They wound up paying out $8 million. But the reason for that was because they had an attorney who, when he got made the settlement offer, he didn't do a Ben Crump and just say, well, just take the money now. He wanted to see it all the way through. And because he saw it all the way through, they didn't get $800,000. They got $8 million. And the cops got put on permanent desk duty. Now, unfortunately, they got promoted to sergeants later. So they never made it back out into the field, but they later did get promoted. But the bottom line is, that's what happens when you have an attorney who's not chasing a settlement. If you have an attorney who's just chasing a settlement, here's the way it goes, everyone. What will happen is, you've been suing Lizzo for 2 or 3 years. You told Lizzo's people that you're suing them for $5 million. Lizzo's people eventually want to make a undisclosed settlement with you for $1 million. Here's the problem. It doesn't matter how much your heart is set on that $5 million. If your attorneys don't have the heart to do this, what they're going to do is they're going to send you an email. And in that email, it's going to say, as your representatives, we strongly advise you to take the settlement. They will then probably give you some reasons for why it is that they do not believe you should go and take this all the way to trial. We don't think the evidence is strong enough. We don't think the witnesses are credible. We run a lot of risk, because your attorney does not want to do pro bono, and your attorney doesn't want to file for appeals. No. They want to get the check. So they're going to send you an email saying, we strongly advise you to do this. Now, can they force you to accept the settlement? No, they can't. But if you don't follow their advice, you're going to get another email. And that email is going to say something along the lines of, we are not sure that we can continue to represent you under these circumstances on account of the fact that you are not adhering to our legal advice and counsel. So for those of you who don't know how those things really work, that's how these lawsuits and settlements really work. If you're with an attorney who is not determined from the beginning to follow this through all the way to judgment, no matter what. So you got to make sure that you make clear to him. Now, if they make us an offer of $1 million, we're both very clear that if we're 3 or 4 years down the line, we ain't taking $1 million, right? And I suggest you shut up and listen to what he says next. But that's where I know a lot of you don't even know that's the way it works. But if you get down the line and your attorney decides he or she does not want to continue this beyond a certain point, if a settlement comes up, they'll be like, yeah, just take the check. Take the check. We're good. Just take the check. Either because he wants to cash out, or he doesn't want to take the risk, or is taking longer than he wanted it to take. There could be a number of reasons why an attorney or legal counsel would want to wrap up your case. So you got to make sure the people you're dealing with are as committed to it as you are. Otherwise, if you do get a settlement offer, you may end up in a situation where next thing you know, your attorney is on the same side as the people you're suing. And telling you, oh, well, you need to go ahead and take that deal. Take the deal? No, we suing them for $5 million. They only offering us $1 million. Yeah, well, I've had a chance to think this over and things. It's just, we take a lot of risk here, and okay, your lawyer just went bad on you. And at that point, what do you do? So that's the point I'm making you all. For everybody here listening tonight, in case you're not familiar with how this works with settlements and suing people in civil court and things like that, that's a very real thing. It very much happens. It's very real. It occurs. And if they make you an offer, and if your attorneys decide that that offer is sufficient, they're going to advise you to take the offer. Even in a situation where you can continue paying them. Even if you have them on retainer and you can continue paying them, you could run into a situation where they do not wish to pursue this any further, even if you're paying them. That happens all the time. So now you all have a bit more of an insight into how this can occur, that you can be in court, you're suing folks, and you don't want to give up the settlement. And I'm just saying, if Lizzo isn't thinking about you, she's thinking about how much it costs for your attorneys, because opposing counsel might not know you, but it's very likely that opposing counsel knows your attorneys.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Bob, if we could wrap this up here, we could wrap this up. I can get Lizzo to throw you $2 million. I can get Lizzo to throw you $2 million. We ain't got to keep going this in court. She wants to get back to touring and eating, not necessarily in that order. Well, she wants to eat and tour. That's what she wants to do. So let's go ahead and get this wrapped up. Oh yeah, and these non-disclosure agreements, we need to get that there. So they can't talk about the case. They can't talk about the settlement amount. They're under gag order for life. So we'll just go ahead and put this behind us. Well, just remember, in a case like that, your attorney could get anywhere from 25% to half, depending on the agreement that you signed. Under these circumstances, your attorney could take anywhere from 25% to half. And let's just say, for example, that they want to settle for $2 million. And let's just say, for example, that that Lizzo offers to settle this in the next 12 to 24 months. And let's just take it on the high end and say your attorney gets half. He's going to get $1 million. And the plaintiffs get to split another $1 million between the three of them. So your attorney's gotten paid $500,000 a year for probably no more than 40 hours of work. As far as he's concerned, that's what he went to law school for, and that's the sweet spot. Tell me how you going to make him stretch that out any further. He's looking for the next case he can juice. He's looking for the next case he can fleece. In the chat room, your lawyer making the back door. Man, why do you think they're all members of these clubs and whatnot, man? They're at the clubs together. They're at the bars together. Hell, y'all got attorneys sleeping with each other in Atlanta and New York. Don't ask me how I know that one. That ain't even a secret right there. That's not even a secret. You got attorneys sleeping with each other in these cities. Okay, so you done hired a lawyer that opposing counsel knocked down last year. Okay. Opposing counsel can tell you what your lawyer looks like naked. All right. All right. I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah. Well, I'll say that on the legal aspect, the client in and of himself is the one that ultimately decides whether or not, the attorney's supposed to listen to the client. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble if they didn't do what they said, unless it's something that's unethical or illegal that they would do. But there's a lot of truth to what you say. I'll say this part. Lizzo, the whole thing about the allegations that was funny to me is that they're accusing Lizzo of fat shaming, which is the gumbo pot calling the kettle black. I was like, damn. And there is nothing. Here's the thing, too, Jason. There is no amount of money you could pay me to do something, especially so deviant, like they say, eating a banana out of somebody's tailpipe. This is what Eddie Murphy was talking about in Beverly Hills Cop. There's not enough money in the world.
Well,
that could make me see something like that.
To be clear now, and like I say, this story is so damn salacious. I gotta watch what I say here, but all I will say is the women were stuffing the bananas in their birth canals. They were stuffing them in their VJs. So yeah, that they were putting bananas in there. Which, by the way, that's only I don't even know if that's an improvement. If it is, it's only a slight improvement. But I mean, yeah, that's what was going on. So here's the real thing. I'm predicting a settlement. I'm predicting Lizzo's going to settle with them because this Quigley woman going to get fired. She's got to go. She's a damn liability. But she's not someone that Lizzo can let. If y'all want to know my predictions about it, y'all know how to make the predictions about these things. Okay, fine. Let's go ahead and get to my predictions. First of all, Quigley got to go. Quigley got to go because she talks too damn much and she won't shut up. She said too damn much. She's given the opposing counsel their case against you. So Quigley got to go. We ain't going to fire her right now because she probably got dirt on you too, which is the only reason she's been around this long. So she knows where the bodies are buried. Remember, she's the captain of the dancers. So she's the head dancer. She knows where all the bodies are buried. So you can't just cut her throat as easily as you'd like to. Yeah, you want to, but you can't cut her throat as easily as you want to. If you all want a good analogy, in the WWE, Pat Patterson. Pat Patterson was gay. He's no longer alive, but Pat Patterson was gay, and that was Vince McMahon's right-hand man for decades. Yeah. But we all knew that Vince was gay, too. Not holding it against him, but I'm just saying, Pat Patterson sits up here and harasses this announcer that they had, and the guy files a lawsuit. That was decades ago, and Vince got caught up in it. Guess what? Vince, I mean, the matter got settled eventually, but Pat Patterson was still there till the day he died. Pat Patterson worked for Vince McMahon till the day he died. Why? Wealth of knowledge and institution? Okay. Pat knows where the bodies are. Pat knows where the bodies are. So, like I say, in the case of Quigley, she got to go, but you're going to have to figure out a smooth way to let her go. You're probably going to have to cake her off for a couple million because she knows where the bodies are buried. She knows everything on account of the fact that you left her there. It must be young folk in the chat room talking about Vince is gay. Google, people. Google. Scott Hall. The former Razor Ramon. Just, folks, Google.
Razor Ramon,
I'm not breaking news here, okay? I'm not breaking news. We've known for decades. Never held it against Vince. We've known for decades. So I know everybody's talking about, but didn't he just lose his position in the WWE because of those women? And that was the big shock. Yeah, Jim Cornette talked about that on his podcast. That was the big shock to the rest of us. We all figured that if this day ever came, it would be some men talking. Imagine how surprised we were when it was women. Okay, well, I guess Cat Williams was right. He tried some women and said, "Wow, this is delicious. I'm never going back to them big, strong, hairy men's again. This is delicious." So, no, in the chat room, boy, niggas get things. Boy, I'm telling you, telephone, telegraph, tell a nigga. No, Big Smoke. No, Scott Hall was not gay. Scott was doing some stuff he shouldn't have been doing, like some frat. No, Scott was not gay. He had a story that he told. Yes, no, there was a story that Scott, y'all can look at them wrestling interviews. I'm getting too far. This is what I'm saying, but I gotta straighten this out because now niggas is messing up. No, Scott Hall there's a wrestling interview that Scott Hall did, and you can look it up on YouTube where, you know, he was talking to Vince McMahon. They're talking about, you know, some of the wrestlers there in Gold Dust and things like that. And he said that Vince told him, he said, let me tell you about my first gay experience. And Scott said, I said to myself in my head, your first one? How many have there been? So it's never been a secret. I mean, but it's not a secret. I mean, we've known for decades. That's not even news. I mean, Linda stayed married to him, so I mean, it is what it is. Certainly after the lawsuit came out and everything, that was decades ago, but certainly after that, everybody knew. So it's not like that. I'm not breaking news here tonight. This is decades old. Generally speaking, Vince would keep his hands to himself. Okay, that was the good news. Generally speaking, he would keep his hands to himself. It's apparently in later years, he waits till he gets this far down the damn road, 70 years old, to decide to start pinching women on the rump. I'm like, dude, we thought you did that 40 years ago. So, I mean, it is what it is. So I don't want to get too far in the woods on that. But no, folks, no, you can go look it up for yourselves. But like I say, I mean, Pat Patterson was Vince McMahon's right-hand man. You couldn't get rid of him despite the lawsuits because he knew where the bodies were buried. Quigley knows where the bodies are buried. So you try to knife her in the back. This goes bad. You try to knife her. That's why she's so damn bold, because she knows she ain't going nowhere. Because she's like, yeah, I'm talking this Jesus stuff, but I'm right there in the club with Lizzo. I'm like, okay, then how many years has she been doing this? Before she met Lizzo. What does she know that Lizzo don't want getting out there? So I'm predicting they're gonna have to get rid of her, but you're gonna have to find a smooth way to pay her, chip her off, and send her over the horizon. You're gonna have to do that.
She witnessed the night feeding.
Yeah, she knows a bunch of stuff that you don't. Because here's the real thing: non-disclosure agreements. There is, folks. This is a truism of law. No private contract invalidates the law. The law trumps any agreement you sign. You can't sign an agreement that trumps the law. So it doesn't matter what NDA you signed. When they you are compelled and required to go to court, and if they sit you in front of the judge, if they say, Your Honor, will you please instruct the witness to answer? When the honor says, please answer the question. That was not he said please, but that's not a request. Like the guy said in that show, Hand to God, I'm going to say this, it's going to sound like a request, and I better get an answer. So when they say this, I'm not asking. It's going to sound like I'm asking you, but I ain't. But he's not asking. When he says answer that question, you better answer it. I got an NDA. Ma'am, don't talk to us, stupid. That NDA does not apply in here. So as the judge, he's making a ruling. Yeah, your NDA is voided here. I think that there's knowledge, this information we need to get, that NDA would be in the way of. So no, the NDA does not your NDA does not void the law. The law voids your NDA. Now answer the question. At that point, do you really want Quigley on the stand with opposing counsel able to depose her and ask her all kinds of questions? Do you really want that to happen? And my prediction is, now that we're seeing just how many skeletons, how many bones done fell out the damn closet, there's a femur over here and a hip bone. Oh, hell, there's a couple of skulls. What the hell y'all doing over there in Amsterdam? Does Lizzo really want Quigley on that stand? When you take a look through Quigley's discography, what she been doing, and she got it on Instagram, damn it. She's got it on Instagram. What the hell she been doing? We gonna put her out there? Really? She's got this on Instagram. This is on her Instagram February 10th. Really? You want them to get... Hell, I don't even know if you want her in a deposition. Forget a trial. Do you even... Because remember, depositions can be on the record too. Do you really want her deposed?
Well, yeah. It's discovery.
Go take a look at the TV show Suits, y'all. Do you really want her deposed so that they can now ask her everything? Because at that point, she got to save herself. At that point, she got to save herself, dude. That's the way that's going to go. At that point, she would have to save herself. So does Lizzo want Quigley on the stand? I don't think so. The next thing is, does Lizzo want to be on the stand? So that she can be asked a whole bunch of invasive questions about, now let's talk about Amsterdam. Let's talk about what you do over there. And we've gotten reports that that's not the only place. Well, you were in France, you were in Spain, you were in Britain, you were in Australia, you were in Germany, far away from the prying eyes of America. By the way, we'd like to find out what else you've been doing. Folks, what I'm telling you is that she could take this to trial and win the lawsuit. She could actually win the lawsuit, or you've won the war and lost the peace. Does she really want to have to explain what they get down is in Amsterdam? Does she really want to have to explain, well, no, I mean, we pulled his pants down, but we wasn't smacking him on the ass. We wasn't doing that. No, we just pulled his pants down. Do you really want attorneys grilling you for that for 3 days? So just think about that for a few moments. Does she want to be headline news while they're asking about all the kinky little smarmy, sleazy stuff they do? With a whole bunch of folk asking a whole bunch of questions. Because I'm like, this is just the part that we know. You all know what lawsuits do. They bring out other people. So we don't know how many shoes getting ready to fall out of Payless here. If I'm Lizzo, if I'm Lizzo, I don't want us to get to even a deposition about Amsterdam. I don't even want to get that far. If I'm Lizzo, I'm trying to shut this down before you ever put me in front of a camera or microphone. Because it's going to go public. That deposition is going to go public. So, in my opinion, if you all want to know how this goes, I don't see Lizzo taking this to trial. I see a settlement. She probably going to have to chip everybody off a few million. But I see a settlement. Hell, and she can pay that off with one tour. It's more valuable for her to pay them $5 or $10 million and shut everybody up so we can all get back to work. Think of it that way. It would be better for her to just settle this and look, pay these hoes off so we can get back to work. And from here on in, damn it, watch what the hell you doing. And it'll be that. So if it's, think about the record company. It's more valuable to them right there, man. Look, you can pay that $10 million off with one tour. You can pay it off with one tour. Chip them off and let's get back to work. And by the way, her attorneys will tell her the same thing. Just like Chris Brown and everybody else, man, chip them off and let's get back to work. Whatever is the quickest way to get. Chris Brown didn't do what he did because he didn't want to fight the case. That wasn't the reason he did that. We all know what happened. His attorneys told him, look, man, the judge is making us an offer. If you fight this, we could be here for another year or two. Take the deal. Get this off the front page. The only headline we're going to see now is Chris Brown, plea deal, and it's over. Now, folks are going to rag you about it, but this ain't going to drag on for another year or two. Take the deal. Let's get this off the front page. R. Kelly tried the same thing. It didn't work. But with Chris Brown, we all know that's what he did. Take the deal. Let's get it off the front page. I mean, he practically said it in an interview. They just wanted to get this over with because otherwise this drags on for another year or two with him trying to fight it. So he took the deal, okay, you got a plea bargain here. You got to plead guilty to something, but it's off the front page now. Michael Jackson, same thing. Take the deal, make this settlement here. Get this off the front page. Get it off the front page.
Bill Cosby, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for them, it's more valuable. Just get this off the front page. Just get it off the page. We can't do no business with this hanging over us. Get out of here. Get this off the page. Because all they're going to calculate is, okay, what do we got to do to get this back? And let's get back to work. So in Lizzo's case, yeah, if you're Lizzo and the record company, y'all are trying to give them this $5-10 million settlement and get this off the page. Because the damage, you're going to destroy her. If they get her on the stand, it'll destroy her. If she goes in the deposition, now that's what will do it. Not this other stuff y'all talking about. If she's getting the deposition, they get to ask every invasive question they want to ask about anything she's ever done. That's what destroys her. And she doesn't want to answer those questions. So that's my prediction tonight.
Mm-hmm.
That's my prediction.
Same here. I think it's going to be settled. This is going to be settled. She just wants to get it over with. And interesting enough, and I'll just say this last thing, Jason, when you brought up Michael, a lot of people don't know this, but it was his insurance company that had actually settled the case. Johnny Cochran was the original lawyer on it, and Johnny and Michael were upset that the insurance company settled because they wanted to fight it. But
no, that's not the way insurance companies work. You're thinking about your image. You're thinking about, but if you do this, then people are going to are always going to say, I did this. So yeah, you're worried about your image, but the insurance company's like, okay, here's the way this is going to work. We're not in the litigation business. We're getting out of this. So we're stopping this here. Now, if you want to keep this going, you go ahead at it. But we're telling you, we're getting off this ride. It's really weird. It's really odd. What the hell you got them kids at your house, much less the bed? What is going on? We don't want any part of this. We're out. We're not in the litigation business. We're out. We want to get back to making money. This is a needless distraction. And there's no way we're going to get out of this cheap anyway. Your job was to keep us from having it. There's no way we're going to get out of this cheap. We're out. We're out. And yeah, that's the way it works. You could look up and the insurance company's like, yeah, we're settling. Eric Bischoff talked about that all the time. He talked about I'm jumping from Vince McMahon to Eric Bischoff. Eric Bischoff talked about how at Turner, he said Vince McMahon was so litigious and Turner Broadcasting was so risk averse that whenever a claim was made or, a cease and desist was sent, Turner Legal would basically come to Eric and tell him, whatever you're doing, stop doing it. They didn't want to fight lawsuits. At all. So the lawyers at Ted Turner's company really didn't want to fight any lawsuits. And Vince McMahon figured it out. So he got to a point where he would send them cease and desist for, trademark infringement. Because he knew that 9 times out of 10, Turner Legal wasn't going to try to fight it. And Eric said he always was angry about that because he said we could have won most of those cases because they were bullcrap cases. We could have won most of them, but Turner wouldn't fight it. Well, that's the way it works. You're thinking about your reputation and your pride and your ego, and they're like, we give no damns about your pride and your ego. Whatever it takes to get us back to making money, pronto. That's what we're trying to do. And if fighting these people saves us the most money, we're going to do that. And if settling with them saves us the most money, we're going to do that. You don't get a say unless you want to go take the risk and pay this yourself. And ultimately, if you have insurance, who wants to do that? What have you been paying the insurance for? If you're just going to go out here and go take the risk yourself, what did you do it for?
Yeah.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Like I say, you all are learning a lot about the law and things like that here tonight. So just understand that. Just understand Lizzo don't want the smoke. I know usually she likes smoked beef, pork, among other things, but she doesn't really want that. That's not really what she wants. She wants something else. Caller from area code 212. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, I'm Nicole from New York. Hello, Jason.
All right, Nicole from New York. Let me find out which borough we're in.
Sure, I'm actually in White Plains.
Oh, boy. She means New York State. All right. And what's on your mind?
Well, I have a comment and then a question, if you don't mind. I remember when Lizzo was sexually harassing Chris Evans publicly, and everyone thought it was so funny, which I didn't. And I remember thinking, had this been like Margot Robbie or some pretty slender girl, the attitude would be very different. There'd be a lot of haters and a lot of think pieces. But when it's an attractive woman, it's so hilarious.
No.
They understand that no way in hell.
No, Lizzo was not sexually harassing Chris Evans. Lizzo was making a big fat ass mess of her. No, that was not sexual harassment. That was self-humiliation. Trust me, that was that was about as far from sexual. That was comedy, was what that was. That was not sexual. Chris Evans at no point felt any sexual pressure whatsoever. The only thing that would be embarrassing for Chris is, oh, she knows who I am. Damn it, can I get a new screen name?
That's very true. Very true. Well, I think, I didn't mean to like exaggerate, but I'll say that I found it very unsavory and very off-putting. And, you know, everyone thought it was so funny, and I didn't think it was funny at all. I thought it was pretty gross. And my question to you then is, because I feel like in a different time, maybe when I was a kid, she would have gotten checked. Like, okay, no way in hell, back off, forget it, you know. But I feel like now unattractive women in general are very arrogant, lacking humility, especially big women, but unattractive women in general. And at what point because I feel that unattractive men still get put in their place for the most part. Unattractive women, though, for some reason, there's this thing of like this arrogance and this narcissism that's taken hold, and society doesn't really put them in their place anymore. And I wonder, at what point did this start to become normalized, and why, in your opinion?
No, look, in our society here, America's got more obese people than anywhere else. So that's been one thing. The food processing, the culture change, so on and so forth. We don't have an exercise or fitness culture across the nation. You've got it in regions. So in New York, for example, you know, because you all do a lot of walking, contrary to popular belief. The rest of the country doesn't think you all do. You all actually do. Boy, I'm telling you, first time I ever saw anybody in New York, I asked them where a place was and said, yeah, it's just 10 blocks down. I'm like, 10 blocks? I got on Google. I'm like, that's a mile. About just 10 blocks. 10 blocks, that's a mile. What is he talking about? So, you know, and New Yorkers will walk that like it ain't nothing. They'll do that like it's nothing. So that's totally different from the rest of the country. You all have a walking culture in New York because you're used to places being not that far away. Now, where I'm from, you know, it would be 10, 12 miles away, which of course would be unworkable for that. But in New York, that's an expectation. So that's a cultural difference. The rest of the country is looking at y'all crazy, but for New York, that's the norm. Now, you change that over, so you got that going to New York. Then you've got more of a hippie type culture going on in places like Minnesota and Colorado. Now you've got the beach culture in Florida and California. So there's a financial cultural incentive to not becoming sloppy built in those places. So we've got different things going on. In New York, it's a logistical cultural thing. In Minnesota and Colorado, it's a social cultural thing. In California and Florida, it's a beach thing to it, so a status thing to it. But in the other states, there are no natural predators for that. We don't have beaches in Louisiana, and we don't have a walking culture because you need a car everywhere. That doesn't fly there. And guess what? It doesn't fly in Texas either. So you got Texas, Louisiana, Missouri. You start having whole places where you kind of just, it's hit or miss, and usually miss. So with that, that's a problem nationwide. Now, that's one thing I was talking about that before. I would like to see the culture change. We have to start valuing gym memberships over Netflix memberships. We need to start valuing 24-hour fitness memberships over Amazon Prime memberships. Women need to start valuing having a flat stomach over having a big ass.
Right.
Now there's about to become a meme. But women need to start valuing having a flat stomach over having a big ass.
Can I ask you something about that? Why do you think that this really deformed body type took off with black women?
Because it's easy. Because it's easy. It's easy, it's simple, and it's easy. We've gone from a situation where the women were expected to work, that now they're trying to live some princess fantasy, and even though they become ridiculous in their proportions in the attempt of doing so, They don't do their own hair. We'll just go buy some and somebody else do the work to put it in. Hair grows out your damn head. And yet you're paying for hair. So that just gives you some idea what you're dealing with there. Yes, it's laziness. They've been pampered for so long that they become the lazy mules of America. And the other thing is they are used to being ignored. Now, this is a perverted thing here. This is a perverse thing. They are so used to being ignored that being outrageous gets them attention. And they value not being ignored. So as a group, generally, the fat broads are ignored. Being belligerent gets them not ignored. Because after a while, you grow very, remember, we're social creatures. You become very averse to being ignored all the time. That you're just simply not there. What happens if you take a human being and you ignore them long enough? They start screaming.
Mental illness actually kind of sets in a way, right?
Well,
where they start to
that's one way of seeing it, but what I'm saying is you learn that as a baby. If you think about that for a few moments, let's we don't have to jump necessarily off into mental and emotional illness. You learn that as a baby.
Sure.
When people ignored you as a baby, what did you do? Well, hey, y'all niggas just walking by me for 20 damn minutes. I'm hungry, I'm tired, I'm thirsty. You ain't flip me over or nothing. Here comes the wailing.
Right.
Here it comes.
I do have a question for you, and I hope this doesn't come off like a personal request because obviously you're going to discuss what you want to discuss. But I've been very intrigued by the Meghan Markle situation, and I was wondering if you ever planned on discussing it or at least doing a video on it, because I would actually love to hear your thoughts on it.
No, not really, because we've covered her years ago. I mean, look, the bottom line is everyone can see what this is.
Sure.
Prince Harry's the biggest damn sucker in the world. He's not used to a dominant female who has turned that dominant energy towards him. In his mind, whatever his eye is, this broad is bad, and she checks all the boxes for him. And furthermore, she comes from Hollywood. So this is totally different. So what I think that you're witnessing with him is rebelliousness. He's always been he understands that, and now that they become men, he's in his older brother's shadow. So what happens to young people when they get older? They start talking about independence. They want to start defining themselves. Well, as he got older, it was very clear, barring your brother coming down with some illness, he's going to be next in line, and all the attention we're really giving is on him and what he's doing. You're just here as a backup. So I think when that started to settle in, that he realized that, tabloids may talk about me, but the bottom line is that in the actual family, I'm the subordinate. I'm vice president. I'm dismissible. So he set out to no longer be dismissible. He set out to no longer be expendable. And he grabbed a chick who was into him, and she comes from Hollywood, and she can give the shine and demand the attention that he can't. And it worked. Everybody talks about his relationship with Meghan. Nobody's talking about his brother William. If they do talk about William, they're only talking about William in relation to, so how's Harry doing? So the younger brother is sucking up all the damn oxygen. And if you've got a little selfishness and narcissism in you, and younger siblings sometimes have that if the older siblings are seen as, getting too much attention. This is childhood stuff here. He's like, okay, well, I eclipsed y'all. And he's calling it talent, and it's not talent. And I think the other thing that proves that is the fact that it's just like, okay, we set up here and broken away from the royal family, so we're going to go make some millions on our own. So now what are you saying? Yeah, we're not haters. You all were just holding us back, and the proof of that is we're able to make money in a name for ourselves. So you can't say that we're cashing in on the family. So what I'm saying, and that's her doing. That's her doing. This serves him not at all to break away from that family, because it's not her family that she's demanding he break away from. She ain't lost nothing.
She's not losing it.
You can see who's losing this. And I'm telling you, if you're so obvious that all the damn downside is for him, it's obvious who's pushing these events. She's pushing
Right.
the events.
Right.
She's the one putting the battery in his back. She's the one pushing his buttons. And it's going to, I mean, all these things, the things I told y'all before, it's going to be impossible for the family to say anything on account of the fact she's sleeping with him. Anyone who's watched Game of Thrones, Prince Tommen and Marjorie. He let his mama get locked up. Well, yeah, he's sleeping with Marjorie, not you, Mom, even though you would probably get down with that. But he's sleeping with this other woman over here. He don't hear nothing you got to say. If she tells him leave mama in jail, he's like, well, baby mama needs to be there. And that's it. So Harry is sleeping with Megan. She's the one throwing them biracial legs around him. And he ain't hearing nothing the family got to say right now. And the other thing is, if he's used to being ignored, stop me if this sounds familiar. If he's used to being ignored, now all the attention is on him. Well, think about this for a few moments. Dumb men, until they finally wake up, assuming they don't get destroyed first, will make a simplistic calculation. Well, I wasn't really hot till she got here. So why would I want to if I give her up, I'm giving up the hotness. So in reality, he starts thinking about that because really, what does he have to hang his hat on other than being a part of a royal family? So to him, being with her is an accomplishment.
And he's addicted to that notoriety now.
Well, I certainly think that it's patched together a lot of holes for him. That he now has a sense of importance that doesn't come from his mother or his brothers or his grandmother. More importantly, that grandmother. He has a sense of importance that doesn't come from her or any of them. In his mind, I did all this. So, I mean, we can. It's very obvious what you're seeing. It's very simplistic. It's not rocket science. It's very easy to see. You got it in your family. You've always had this old dumbass lunkerhead nigga in the family who y'all told him don't fool with that broad. And the more y'all told him don't do it, the more he was over there. So, and
the more attractive.
Eventually, because they just hating on me. Y'all just hating because, you couldn't get you abroad this bad. Nigga, you dating Lizzo. Stop. Quit. What the hell? You're dating Lizzo, nigga. Ain't nobody jealous of you. But that's what I'm saying. So it becomes irrational. It becomes stupid. But, I mean, that's what it is. So she came in the door. He's never had a chick that, quote, fly. According, by their standards, she's exotic. Now she's not just exotic. She's exotic and well-known. She knew how to put it on him. And I'm talking about the social thing, not the sex. She knew how to put that social thing on him that you're with a chick that everybody's looking at. And she gets a lot of good press. You can't say she's ugly. Nobody can say that. So by his standards, we winning. And it didn't take the royal family. Hey, I chose this one. We winning. Actually, she chose you, but don't let that get in the way. And he doesn't realize that he's not riding the horse. The horse is riding him now. And at this point here, socially and everything else, it would be hard to get him away from her. Unless she really just starts abusing him. Him looking like a laughingstock to the rest of the world isn't really bothering him. Because as long as she's hot, or he perceives her being hot and the center of attention, the ridicule is the cost of doing business. It's like, well, y'all was hating on me before anyway. So
he doesn't have enough self-awareness to do with, so it's like he doesn't really care. I do have a Jason, if you don't mind me asking a final question, and it's going to be brief. I remember, I don't know, maybe a couple broadcasts ago, you mentioned, and this isn't word for word, basically that Black women trying to turn to white men as a solution was, kind of like embarrassing or kind of like pathetic or like a downgrade. Now, on my end, of course, I understand that trying to make an entire group of men the solution to your problems is stupid, but I was hoping that you could elaborate, because I do want to hear your point of view on it. You can elaborate on why that is, like,
well, I wasn't
trying
talking about,
to go that route.
I don't know about, I mentioned about white men, but I think I mentioned that in the context of old men, as I think is what you're referring to.
Okay, I thought I recalled something about
first
Black,
it was saying we're going
Black,
to get us a white man, and this we're going to get us an old man. So to what's the name?
Mhm.
Rashida Townsend, I think it was talking about, you can be 37 years. You 37, you're just invisible to men under 55. You need you a man who's 20 or 30 years older. And I'm like, okay, so we've gone from I'm going to get me a white man to I'm going to get me an old man. If you're 37, you get a man 30 years older. He's 67. What is a 37-year-old female going to do with a 67-year-old?
Yeah, no, I'm 36, and no, that's like nursing home energy right there.
I mean, what it does say is that you never did get your life straightened out, and you just needed any nigga with some benefits and a pulse to come through here and patch these holes. She's just like, I don't give a damn about looking stupid anymore. It's just he got a pulse and a pension. Let's roll.
Okay.
I can't figure this out. I'll never get it figured out. Keep this nigga hidden under a blanket, but pass the pension. And basically that's it right there. So it's just, it's ridiculous. It's stupid. It's silly. All it really does is underscore why the men in their age group didn't take him off the market. Because once you start doing that, it's like, yeah, that's who you really are. Is you really would do something this crazy. So, I mean, it is what it is. And eventually it runs out.
Well, thank you. Thank you for clarifying everything. And thank you for your program. You're really the only person who's really breaking it down and telling the truth. Everybody else is just kind of saying whatever for views or capping or just letting their insecurities bleed all over YouTube. But you're the only one who's really just kind of telling it how it is and telling the truth. And we do appreciate that.
Definitely appreciate you for tuning in here. Please do give us a call again. The insights and analysis that you'll receive nowhere else. This is what we do here. Like I say here, folks, I wanted to let you know that you were going to get that, so you certainly have gotten that information here as well. Do with it what you will. You've learned a lot here. You learned a lot about the law. You've gotten my latest prediction here, so we all know how this goes. So we will see if Jason is correct. If Jason is wrong, we get to see Lizzo on the stand answering a bunch of incriminating, embarrassing, humiliating questions. So, far as I'm concerned, it's a win-win either way. Is it the end of her career? The only thing I think would end her career is if she got on that stand. She gets on that stand, she opens herself up to unlimited exposure and unlimited liability. So I just don't see that one happening. But beyond that, we'll see how it goes. I want to thank all of you for tuning in here to tonight's program. Thank you to everyone who has contributed to tonight's program on PayPal, CashApp, Super Chat, Venmo. So Noob Mayat, thank you very much for your support. GMAC and everyone else here. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't joined our Patreon, we'll be doing that tomorrow, 12 noon Central Time. You definitely want to go ahead and join us for that as well. Got a few things I'm working on here. A couple of things I'll be dealing with as well. Some special stuff. So for those of you who are members, I got a couple of special treats ready for you. Be on the lookout for that as well. I want to thank all of you for watching tonight's program. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.